Hello, and who this may concern. Oh, is everything on? Yes, okay. I'm not fucking up. Uh, Countdown app. Turn that off. Good lord, it's late. It's literally 3 a.m. I'm starting a Sunday stream at 3 a.m. So technically it's a Monday morning stream. Fuck me. Uh, I'm sorry. I was supposed to get catch-up sleep yesterday, and I barely got in a nap before I had to do a bunch of stuff. Um, and that went on for too long. And then I ended up passing out from exhaustion from not enough sleep in the last 3 days. Ended up sleeping on the floor and woke up at like 11 p.m., I think. So that was a bit of a time travel on my behalf. I collapsed and then found myself at a different time and day. Wild. So I was like, I'm still going to do the stream. It's just, I got some things to finish up and then I have to get ready and I still have to eat. So I'm like, even though I woke up at 11 something, it's past midnight when I actually got to start, which is sad. Um, Definitely gonna need these. Yep, perfect temp. One of the good things about having a princess juice on stream, the coffee, is by the time when I make the coffee and place it on this desk, I still have other things to do during the countdown. So by the time the stream starts and I get to take my first sip, it tends to have cooled down from boiling just enough. It's still singy hot, but enough to sip, which is a really great place to be. It's very, very satisfying, very cathartic. Cathartic. Oh, we've also got this slice of peanut butter toast. I don't know why I made this. I'm still peckish from having been passed out on the ground. There's something about a nice crunchy peanut butter toast with a hot coffee. There's something very satisfying about that. It's like tummy ASMR. If you're up at the crack of dawn with that orange light appearing on the horizon, and you've got a steaming cup of coffee with a nice crispy peanut butter toast, I feel like you're living life. You're definitely living life. Mmm. Better than sex? Maybe. I'll get back to you on that. I can't remember what the other one was like. Hmm. So, eating on stream is rude. What we're doing today, I'm going to do a catch up on Gamescom trailers. We did do a Gamescom stream. We were here for opening night live, but over the course of the next couple of days, as Gamescom was happening, there were trailers being released on the show floor at various publisher booths, which were not part of the opening night thing that we watched. So, oh, and the Indie Fest one that we watched. So I went through IGN's playlist for Gamescom, and I cherry-picked stuff I didn't recognize, which would have been everything that appeared at the convention that didn't get to be in a showcase that we watched. So I'm going to cruise through some of those. And then we got to do... Sorry. Doing it again. And then we got to do Nintendo Direct. Nintendo Direct happened over the last 2 weeks at some point. Possibly while I was away in Melbourne for work. But we'll get to that. I'm keen because I don't feel like we've watched a Nintendo Direct in a while. When was the last Nintendo Direct? Closer to Summer Game Fest, I think. Somewhere around there. Oh god, that's good. I mean, it is 3 a.m., so of course the coffee's hitting. Rah. Hmm. It's actually been a while since I've had toast as well. I mean, peanut butter toast. I tend to use the bread. I tend to make little buttered toasts as a side dish with microwave dinners. Like if I'm having a sautéed chicken or a butter chicken microwave dinner, you make a nice buttered toast with that, so you can eat it with the butter chicken or the sautéed chicken sauce. You can mop up the sauce with the bread, kind of like how you use naan. Hmm. But I've got Vegemite and peanut butter that are going to waste. I need to actually use them. But I tend to have cereal breakfast, and I don't even have lunch, so there's not much chance to just make normal toasties. Oh, I just realized, because it's 3 a.m. on a Sunday, we're not going to see Jay. There's no chance of seeing Jay. He lives in Melbourne, so he'd be asleep for sure. Usually when he stops by a stream to say hi, it's well before midnight. And he tends to leave and say goodnight well before midnight at the same time. So, no Jay today. Okay. I think I'm satisfied. We just start getting into something. We need to start getting into something. Which one will it be? Gamescom is what it will be. 208 videos on IGN. Most of them are we saw in the two live show. Oh God, the two live showcases we watched, opening night and Indie Game Fest. And then they start to turn into live gameplay overviews with some guy talking, like an interview as well as showing the footage that they're talking about. Not as interested. And then it starts to go into like actual IGN think pieces from the show floor, usually walking around with a microphone. Also don't care. So I've cherry-picked just the actual trailers, because fuck all the rest of that. Blah, blah, blah. I'm a little sniffy because I believe spring is coming, or is happening currently. And I'm a bit of a hay fever sufferer. I'm about to start taking some tabs. Okay. Let me double check. Do I have my Nintendo Direct on standby? Yes, I do. And I have my headphones on standby. We should probably do the Doom test, because I haven't done that yet. Hold on to Pinkett. Let's see. Oh no. Okay. Okay, yep, hay fever is definitely coming back. Oh lord. It's a terrible combo with when I'm really tired, because I don't get enough sleep, and then hay fever as well. That's two different things that give you puffy eyes. Oh, collaborating to fuck my face up. Just fuck me right in the face. Where is... There it is. Not hearing it. It's not coming through. Let's see. USB sound device. This, yeah, that looks correct. What's happening? Am I on mute? Oh, fuck. There she is. I don't know why that was so low. Random. Wait, where's the kick? Here it comes. You ready for this? Here it comes. Doom gonna give it to ya. Doomslayer in the house, yo. Alright, well that works. Let's get to the spot. Let's get to the spot. Let's get to the coffee. The princesses are here for me. Yolanjo. It is me, Yolanjo. I am here to watch your trailers. I'm here to watch your extra Gamescom trailers. That I just realized that if I ever make a YouTube video out of 2024 Gamescom, it's gonna switch from me in the suit with the Gamescom background to me sitting here in the gown. Like 2 weeks later. Okay. Why is there 2 of secret level? Oh, one of them's the re-upload of the trailer. The other one's from the show floor. Filming off the screen. Got it. Got it! Alright, we got a bunch. We're just like picking through. What do I go with? How about Croak? It's a game about a frog, I guess. I'm gonna assume. I'm assuming a lot. I was right. It's a frog. He's very happy. He's very king. Is this a Frog Kingdom strategy game? Oh, it's a platformer. Great graphics, though. Nice art style. I was kind of hoping it was going to be a kingdom management game, but it was going to be a frog kingdom. We had to harvest flies for your peasantry, for your disciples. Looks quality, though. Can the prince break the curse? Oh! There's some Cuphead inspiration here. No wonder it has so much personality. Cuphead, but make it Frog Monarchy. Croak. I guess I was in my head when I saw the concept, when I saw like the thumbnail screenshots and stuff. I was predicting something more like Kingdom. You know, the side-scrolling kingdom management game? Where you're a king on a horse and all you do is throw money at stuff? You like that kind of cartoonish, simplified management strategy kind of stuff, which I really like. I like it when... Because I grew up playing games like Civilization and Age of Empires, so... Anytime a genre simplifies itself down to a specific kind of mechanic, where it's still about management and strategy, but you've honed in on a very particular style of gameplay. Like in Kingdom's case, it's side-scrolling. You only move left and right, and the only controls you have over the game is to walk over money that comes out of things that generate money, and then throw money at things to upgrade them. You throw money at a peasant to hire him into your army, and then he goes and gets a job. You throw money at the job outlets to output equipment that gets picked up by said peasants to get said job. You throw money at towers to upgrade themselves into archery towers. You throw money at piles of rubble on the outskirts of your town to have a peasant come along and build that into a wall. So basically, in kind of a clever way, the entire game is about... as a leader, your entire impact on the world is influencing it with cold hard cash. You can't do anything for yourself. You can't fight. You can't help build things. All you can do is oversee and throw money at stuff you want to see done. And the strategy comes from getting said money from doing things with money. You want to do things to make money and then make even more money so you can build up your kingdom, etc. Very simple concept. Very good game. It was just a joke. What's this? She was not fired. Lies. Oh my god, why is there so much toxicity in gaming media? It's so fucking annoying. I really hate gamers. I say that as one, so I'm allowed to say that. I don't like our own subculture. I think gamers are pussies and whiners and insecure and little beta bitches pretending they're all alphas. And the way they pretend they're alphas is by whining and bitching about wokeness and shit like that. You ain't shit. You ain't shit, little man. Go woman hate somewhere else. We're trying to play games. Don't let thumbnails bait me. Don't let them bait me. Something else. How about Gunboat? Gunboat's out. Oh wait, hang on. Gunboat God. It's Gunboat God, not Gunboat. What is this? Action-packed gameplay? Shoot 'em up game. Once again, I thought it was gonna be like a boat management sim where you have to run a gunboat. Gunboat. You can see the pixels. Anti-aliasing get fucked. Oh, so the whole mechanic is about efficiently controlling the gunboat, which has got kind of physics going on. Like downwards gunfire makes it float up in the air. Almost like rocket jumping. Submarine mode, cool. Why does this look like, the art style of this reminds you so much of Patapon. Not nearly anywhere near the same kind of game. But all that black silhouette use makes me think of Patapon. And look, there's more whining and bitching about Dustborn. I don't understand why everyone's going hard off on Dustborn either. I think the trailers look cool. Concord, on the other hand, is a genre of game that I don't even enjoy in the first place, so I can't say nothing about that. Alright, Gunboat looks fine. Overthrown. Is this a kingdom management game? Come on. So far, everything's been an action or a platformer. Oh, it's a chill game. It's farm management, city building. Okay, this is okay. This is closer to what I'm feeling. This little king can lift up buildings above his head and also run across water with super speed. What's happening? That's actually incredible. So you're the king of the kingdom and you're building the kingdom yourself because you have superpowers? This feels like a Switch game. But it's guaranteed going to be a Steam game. This has Steam vibes. Of the indie variety. Fuck, I want to play it though. I don't play enough stuff like this on my stream. Because most of the time, it's stuff I'd have to buy off of Steam. And I don't have money. So I end up playing just Game Pass shit instead. Play with up to 6 friends. Okay, this makes it way better. Not enough games like this have co-op. This is cool. I actually might wishlist this. Oh, there it is. Overthrown. It's on Xbox Series X and S and PS5? I was so wrong. I was dead wrong about that one. I wonder if there is a through line, if there's like an actual linear quest storyline. Harvest Moon, Minecraft, and Legends of Zelda had a baby. Yeah, I'm feeling that comment. That makes sense. Dark Cloud, but you can throw stuff. Oh, Dark Cloud. Dark Cloud is very high on my list of nostalgia games that I would actually consider replaying for Twitch. I don't like replaying games. It's very unlikely that any games I've played in the past throughout my entire gaming history I would actually replay nowadays for the sake of streaming. But there are a handful that if I was going to do something like that, they're on the list, and Dark Cloud is one of them. Especially since I never actually got to play the sequel. So if I did that, it would be a Dark Cloud and Dark Chronicles double act. I'd marathon both games. Actually, I can think of a reason why I could do it. This just came back to me. When I was younger and I played Dark Cloud on the PlayStation 2, I do recall actually never beating the final boss. I never got to see the ending cutscene. Because I think in my youth, I was old enough to know how to play a game like that and actually get through it. What I didn't realize till the very end of the game was that every single character in your party is required to be used in the final boss battle. Because the final boss battle is one of those things where he has different phases, where the only counter is a special ability that each individual character in your party has. So you have to cleverly use each one to counter each phase. The problem is, Dark Cloud is one of those RPGs where it doesn't have party experience gain. If you don't use a character, they don't gain XP, and they get over-leveled. They get out-leveled by the other party members. So if you're the kind of person that focuses on one or two characters because those are your favorites and you don't care about the others, you can get to the final boss with half your team under-leveled, which means that when it gets to the phase where you have to use them, because their ability is anything that can counter what the boss is doing, they are such a low level that they do 0 hit points of damage, or 1 hit point of damage, to the point where it actually makes the final boss impossible. You can gate yourself out of being able to finish the game by not realizing that you have to make sure every party member is level grinded, gaggle of grind, up to the point where they're actually physically capable of surviving the final boss. I was so mad about that back in the day, because by the time you're up to the final boss, it's too late. I can't go back and fix that. I'm saved right before the boss. Like, I'm fucked. And, like, no game should be designed in a way where you can get to the end and then you're screwed and you have to restart from the beginning. That is very old school game design. More old school than what that PS2 game was. I'm talking LucasArts Sierra point and click era of, if Leisure Suit Larry clicks on the wrong pixel on screen, it goes straight to a game over screen. Sorry, you shouldn't have touched the fucking outlet. You've been electrocuted. That stuff. We don't do that no more. Even platformers. Platformers used to be based on lives. And if you run out of lives, you have to continue or game over. The problem is, that's such an old school conceit, because since you could continue indefinitely, there was no real point in having a game over screen in the first place. So games like Abe's Odyssey kind of revitalized the genre by saying, why are we pretending like a life system is actually meaningful? It's not. It's an extra couple of steps every 5 or so, 3 to 5 deaths, to get back to doing what you were just doing anyway. Get rid of it. Have an instant restart. Every time Abe dies in Abe's Odyssey, you're instantly teleported back to the last checkpoint, of which there are many. Every screen or second screen, it checkpoints you. So you basically get to restart and retry what you were doing instantly. That sounds trivial by today's standards, but back then that was a revelation. Abe's Odyssey changed the fucking game with that one. It actually made people realize that having lives in a game was actually completely pointless. And it was, I think the reason that games did that is it was a holdover from the arcade era, where the whole point of having a life system was to give you a certain amount of attempts per currency. So they're trying to, that was based on getting money out of you to play the game. When you put coins in a machine, you paid for 3 lives. And if you lose those 3 lives, you got to put more money in to keep going. That's the only reason those systems ever existed. Once you take it away from the arcade, that stuff is archaic. And it took gaming fucking a decade to catch up and realize that that stuff was never necessary in the first place. And games are just doing it because that's all they ever knew. That was the most random rant. What was I doing? Overthrown. Yeah. Oh, I was going to look it up on Steam. Overthrown. Overthrown on Steam. Early access.
Early access. Oh boy.
No. Okay, we got it. Locked in. Is this game relevant to you? Satisfactory. Similar to games you've played. Prison Architect. I did play Prison Architect. I believe there's a sequel coming. You know what I loved about Prison Architect? It has a blueprint system. You can go into a blueprint mode, which is basically a big blue overlay, which lets you pretend build your prison so that you can actually plan the whole thing out in advance before you build anything. And that is a thing that all games that have building in them need to have. The number of times I've played a game where you have to rebuild stuff because you have to rethink the room layouts, because only once you start building stuff do you realize the space requirements or what comes later changes what you built earlier. You have to rethink the whole thing. If you had a blueprint mode in every one of these games, it wouldn't be an issue. I don't remember... I played this game for 19 hours? Jesus. Cool, I mean, awesome. Prison Architect, there's so many DLCs too. $76 worth. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, this game has so much DLC. Wow. I don't remember. I think there was a campaign mode with a storyline. There's no way I would have played for 19 hours if I wasn't actually working towards some kind of ending. Anyway. Don't get distracted. Let's go to Diplomacy is not an option. I do remember the name of this. I just don't remember what this game is. It's Polygonal Troops. Wow, Diplomacy was not an option. If they rock up on your kingdom with that, what? Is that a Hammer of Dawn? Jesus Christ. Yeah, if people rock up on your kingdom like that, swarming like ants, accurate. Diplomacy was never an option. It's this new trailer. I'm almost done. I think her headdress keeps getting bigger per shot. That's funny. Look at those layers of walls. I think this is a tower defense swarm game. I think this is the whole concept. I think little 3D AI dudes keep swarming at your walls, and you got to keep building walls and defenses and see how long you can last. Seems like fun. Step 1, play rock. Step 2, epic battles. Oh, rock. Got it. Yeah, she's got it. She knows how to make a trailer. Emotional escalation. Oh, ah! Oh. Down with the sickness. Up with the fucking. Fight. Yo. Little 3D physics-based dudes knocking at the door, being pretty rude. Gonna hit him with the hammer of dawn. Oh, that crow just copped an arrow out the window. That was a good trailer. I reckon that was a better trailer than that game required. Like, that's the kind of trailer that could have been boring based on the kind of game. Like, the game looks fine, but most trailers for games like that are pretty forgettable. They actually put some effort into that. That was great. That was a game-selling trailer. Tip my hat to you, sir. Excuse me. What else we got? Ooh, Commando's Origins. Yes, baby. My childhood. My childhood, she is here. I used to play the first Commandos games demo when I was a little kid. And then I got to play the actual game, the full thing. And then I got to play the sequel. I don't know if I played 3. I may have played some of it on the Xbox console. Because that's the only way I could have got it at the time, because I didn't have a PC during that period. And I think I might have been super disappointed at what it was like to play a game like that on a console. And didn't keep going. Anyway. Build impenetrable bases and infiltrate enemy compounds. What do you mean by build bases? That's not Commando's gameplay. Explain yourself. This is an isometric stealth game. Yes, Commandos, yes. Oh, that is the new version.
Hello.
Fuck, I love Commandos. Look at it. Look at the original. Yes. You could bury yourself in the snow and come up and knife somebody. You could leave a cigarette packet on the ground and it distracts Nazis. There's a lot of... This genre spawned a lot of games. Like there's a Wild West one. I think it's Desperados. There's a Japanese samurai ninja one. There's a pirate one coming out soon. All the same, exactly the same gameplay. This, the original ever had. Planning out multiple commandos' orders to signal them to go at the same time. That's something the original ever had. Nice. Love it. I like that they're iterating on it and not just remastering the game willy-nilly. Willy-nilly? I mean remastering it like wholesale, just how it originally was. They're actually adding improvements. I do think the character portraits have lost a bit of personality in 3D. Sick. Oh, they're showing how it's played on console. There's an X, A, and a B button. And Y down the bottom. I wouldn't play this on a console, to be fair. I tried playing the Asian one. Something Shogun, I think. And it was very difficult with a controller and a joystick. You need that mouse and keyboard control. Precision and timing is very important. And scrolling screens and cursors around with joysticks, it's not it.
Commandos Raisins.
Play it day one on console, PC, and cloud. Game Pass. Oh, it's by Calypso. I feel like I've had a hit and miss history with Calypso. They've made good games, they've made bad games, they've done good remasters, they've done janky ones. I think I'm thinking about Calypso. Maybe. Cool. Can't wait. I can't wait for that. What's Maui the Shapeshifter? Let's see what that is. Shit. A cocoon. It comes from space. It's got them Ben 10 colors. Cthulhu is here. Oh, dope. This is like Cartoon Network Moana. Yeah, this is giving Moana vibes. Except you're a young version of Dwayne The Rock Johnson's character. Play as Maui the demigod. It is actually is his character. It's Maui. I mean, no connection to the Disney film, but, you know, because these are like real fables and deities. Real inverted commas. Quotation marks. You can become seal, you can become goat, you can become spider. Turtle. So Maui's thing is to turn into animals. That's what all the gameplay mechanics are based on. Cool. I love the 2D animation stuff. The game itself is, you know, it is what it is. Hopefully it's more Metroidvania than 2D action platformer. I feel like 2D action platformers just in general are not as exciting as they used to be. I feel like the Metroidvania genre kind of took over. Because if your game looks like that, it may as well play like a Metroidvania just to give it some depth. Because otherwise, it's just you moving left to right and punching things in the face until you reach the goal, which is a bit too old school. Infinity Nikki. I have to admit, this Infinity Nikki game, whatever the fuck this is, has really captured my my heart for some reason. I couldn't tell you why. I just really want to play it. But I don't think I'm going to be able to, because I think it might be PlayStation specific. And I don't got that PS5 yet. Alright. Good for you, Meowie. What is Nightmare House Reimagined? That sounds exciting. We're coming up on October. From the creators of Insound Mind and the Living Tombstone. These are VR horror games, I think. You thought you had escaped. Are these all part of the same franchise? Are these like sequels of each other? So we're thinking horror-themed escape room here. Cool. I am a bit worried whenever I see a game like this with a melee weapon or a gun. Because I don't like when games like this devolve into action. I don't want to go around just chopping or shooting zombies. A game like this, I want immersion. I want to actually be scared. Or if not scared, just a little bit uneasy. It's difficult to be uneasy when you have first-person shooter tools and you can defend yourself. Because then it becomes a blaster, becomes a point and click. Hot. Hopefully I wasn't meant to be scared of her. Just looked like sexy Wednesday Addams. Nightmare House Reimagined. What do you mean by reimagined? Is this a pre-existing game? I need to look into this. Also, Nightmare House, the original mod. What does that mean? Coming to Steam for free. Let me just... I need to understand what I'm looking at here. Is there a... Why don't you put the Steam link in your description, IGN? This whole event is meant to be sending people to wishlist. Is this VR? This ain't VR. Welcome back to Nightmare House. Delve into action-packed first-person experience based on the legendary Half-Life 2 horror mod Nightmare House. Oh! So Nightmare House was a famous horror game mod based on Half-Life 2. Probably made with the Source engine. Since anyone can make mods to that game easily with that. In this reimagined version, we decided to solely focus on the house from the first chapter of the original game. We took the house and massively expanded it into a fully fledged game. There are new rooms, secret stage. Okay. So they've rethought the whole thing to make it a more cohesive experience. I like it. So, Insound Mind is the game I was thinking of. I know that game. I've seen the posters and stuff for that. Music by the Living Tombstone. Cool. Where's the company? We create stuff. Nightmare House. Nightmare House, the original mod. So you can play the original Half-Life mod. They're releasing it on Steam as its own fully featured standalone release. Here's Insound Mind, and I do own this. Is that it? What was this? Was this VR? Why did I think this was VR? These were VR games. There's not even the option. Okay, I guess I was wrong. Yeah, the poster for Insound Mind is quite iconic. I remember it very, very well. Whenever I hear the name, I think of this image with the little skelly man in the fedora. New horror survival experience from the creators of Nightmare House 2. So basically, the indie team that made the famous mods from Half-Life, the original Nightmare House games, they formed an actual company and they made In Sound Mind, which is their first standalone proper game. And now they're going back and making proper standalone games out of inspired by their mods that got them going in the first place. That's what's going on here. Cool. Let me go back and wishlist this puppy so I can keep an eye on it, because that's kind of neat. Also the original mod. How is this already wishlisted? What the fuck? When did I do that? Alright, never mind. Already got it. Cool, man. Ah, cool. Next. Should we keep it horror? Worshippers of Cthulhu. Oh, that's the real-time strategy game. The Town Builder, where you're building Innsmouth, basically. Cool. Skin carving minigames. I love it. Let's get culty with this shit. Look at it. Yes. Would play. I would love to know what a Cthulhu cult town building management game would play like. This is amazing. How has no one ever done this? Oh, and you can go third person? That's neat. But why? Hiram Innsmouth. Wait, that guy's name was Innsmouth? Probably just references. I would call... That's what I called my town. I think this guy's town's called Blue Heaven. Lame. I would call mine Innsmouth for sure. I think that... Wow. So you can put... you can put townsfolk up for ritual sacrifice and they become horrible tentacled elder beasts to do your bidding. I wonder if you have to take over the world or attack other towns or something. It's so cool, though. Cult of the Farm. Finally a game where we aren't against the old ones. Yeah, more games where you're on the side of the Cthulhu cults. Only other game I can think of is Cult of the Lamb. The cartoon cute version of the idea of that concept. Someone actually, look at this thumbnail. Someone actually made a YouTube video called The Pussification of Video Games. And the little picture thumbnail example is Chronicles of Riddick compared to Overwatch. Fuck off. Cringe. So many YouTube thumbnails just make me feel secondhand embarrassment. Third hand? Or is it second? Visions of Mana. Cool. Any more horror? Is retrieval horror? An upcoming cinematic horror adventure. Yep. 3 horrors in a row. Let's do it. Unreal Engine. Yes. They're showing off NVIDIA with the... Alright, lay off the NVIDIA dick sucking and the Unreal Engine dick sucking. Ooh, GeForce RTX, yay! What is the game? Modern? Military-esque? It's probably something Resident Evil-like. Soldier going up against oogity boogities. I think she's turning into a Ruskula Punch. Retrieval. Isn't there already a game called Retrieval on the PlayStation? No, wait, that's Returnal, sorry. That was that time loop horror Bullet, Bullet Hell. That was a kind of a pastiche of genres, actually. I would like to play Returnal. It's probably going to be cheap once I finally get a PlayStation. Oh, Callisto Protocol. I think I'll be playing Callisto Protocol sometime soon. Once we get to October and I have to start filling my time with some horror games, I'm feeling Callisto might get a run. 2 or 3 streams, maybe.
We shall see.
I think that's it. I think that's all the horror. Unless Rogue Waters is horror. Tactical turn-based against legendary sea creatures. Not what I expected. Doesn't sound like horror, but it's got blood and there's legendary sea creatures. Oh, never mind. It's turn-based cartoon pirates. All right. It's got an adorable art style. It's like the isometric strategy version of something like Sea of Thieves. Turn the tides. Tactics on guard. Yar. Yar me booty. Legendary beast, yeah. There are way too many tentacles in the name Rogue Waters font. Did you have to look up a font that had just mad tentacles all over every single glyph? This is like Sid Meier's Pirates. Oh yeah, I forgot that Sid Meier made a pirate game. I never actually got to play that. I just saw the box at the PC game store a lot. Is this the XCOM of pirates? It didn't look XCOM-y, but if it turns out that it is, I will be more interested. Need more XCOM in my life. I need to get around to playing XCOM 2. I played the XCOM remake on the Xbox. It was kind of weird. Like, it was really well made for console. Like I don't think it was a port. They did make it with console controls in mind, but I still think I would have liked to do point and clickies. Just because that style of game feels right. Feels right to do point and clickies. Maybe I'll try and do it on PC when I get around to XCOM 2. I also got to get around to Midnight Suns, that Marvel game. Although that's going to come with a hefty price tag because of all the DLCs. And the DLCs look good in that, so I don't think I'd want to not do them. That sucks. Alright, Unyielder. What are you? Chaotic gameplay trailer for Unyielder, a boss rush FPS with roguelite loadouts. Boss rush FPS is intriguing. Roguelite loadouts, not so much. It's breaking even so far. Whoa. Right into it. Why is this giving Metal Hellsinger? It's definitely vibing Metal Hellsinger. Oh, the music's cool. There's the roguelikes. I mean, the more I look at it, the more the art design is becoming like a little generic. I'm not a big fan of the way it looks. Soundtrack was dope. Moves fast, looks fun, but I don't know. I'm gonna forget that exists. There's something weirdly forgettable about that experience. If that was one of those music shooters like Metal Hellsinger or BPM, I think that would have been better. But now I'm just inventing games in my head. I got to take things as they come, as they are. My brother loved it so much he's shaking and vomiting on the floor. I think I think that guy's taking the piss out of how that trailer was very epileptic fitty. Fitty. My eyes actually hurt. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Like, When the art style's that uninspired, it all just becomes like visual mess. Especially when it's edited to be all hectic and shit. Nah. Not really intrigued, unfortunately. Ah, that's a shame. I don't like inventing games in my head that are better than the one you were shown, but I really feel like that should have been more like Metal Hellsinger. Because otherwise I'm just like, whatever. What is Aila? A-I-L-A. Ayla. Oh, wait, no, we've seen Ayla. This had a trailer in the Gamescom opening night, or in the indie showcase, whichever one of the two. It's a horror game, but this is a follow-up video they released on the show floor at Gamescom. I think it's a thank you video for all the attention. I might as well watch it, I suppose. I'd try not to double up on stuff, but it is a different trailer. People are referring to it like a Fear remake. Hi, Genie. Boom. Let's do. Ayla. This is not the vibe of the actual Ayla trailer. Oh, they're taking the piss. Okay, never mind. I'm waiting for it to just go completely tits up. Charade? It's actually good. There we go. It reminds me of Resident Evil 7. Visually. Yeah, I remember this. This was in the trailer. The ripping off the headset. Which suggests that a lot of the game is going to take place in like in a virtual environment that turns horrifying. And maybe follows you into the real world. That was kind of a more entertaining, more memorable trailer than the proper trailer, which just showed normal gameplay footage. I dig that. Because the normal trailer just makes it feel like any Resident Evil or Silent Hill game. But that was actually, like, funny and clever. Cool. What are you dropping here? Oh, Monster Hunter's got more trailers. And also, what? Fatal Fury. Oh, cool. Let me keep them tabbed on the side so I don't forget. Because I don't have my active quest link thing turned on right now. While I'm doing catch-ups. How many have I got left? 7 or 8? Something like that? I'm just catching up on what was left over from the Gamescom trailers. I had a quick look at everything I could find that wasn't demonstrated in the opening night showcase or the indie showcase the next night. A bunch of trailers were coming out on the show floor at the various publisher booths that were just dropping straight to YouTube. So I tried to find everything that I missed. So after I've done the Gamescom trailer catch-up, I'll jump on Nintendo Direct. Is either of those trailers in the Nintendo Direct by any chance? Just out of curiosity. Oh, these also came out during on the show floors at Gamescom. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff that was coming out of Gamescom that wasn't part of any like compilation showcase or whatever. You have to kind of keep your eye out. Dun, 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 dun. Those are Gamescom opening night live? Well, then we would have seen them, wouldn't we? Because we watched opening night live, actually live. Don't you mean that they were part of Gamescom, the actual show? I mean, I'm not like, obviously we watched Gamescom when it happened live. the opening night live. We were there for like on the at the time. You were there too, weren't you? You were. And then the next night we did the Gamescom indie showcase. And then everything after that was basically just show floor content. Which is why I'm playing a catch up on anything I can find from the show floor that didn't get to be in any showcases. Like, for example, Tales of Sekyu, which I don't recall being in either showcase. This doesn't ring a bell. You're an islander and you can turn to a bird, I guess. Whoa, those character portraits are nice. Holy shit. Hey, they got a cool art style. She's hot. Oh my fucking god, wait. Did that chick have a deer bum? She's pretty. I didn't notice from the portrait, but if you look at the in-game, look. She's half deer. Oh, damn. You can't fuck that. She'll like give you one of those rear kicks, just like as an impulse. You know when you do like a muscle spasm and you kick your leg? She does that, you lose your junk. That blacksmith dude is very, very attractive. In a masculine way. I think I've seen a previous trailer for this, like a teaser, because I do remember the Erd tree. The big glowing Erd tree. This girl can turn into... She can turn into a jelly? Weird. The wide leg stance on that girl while she's fishing. Not very ladylike. So local white boy goes into the forest and attacks a bunch of tribals, is what we're going with here. Awesome, not problematic at all. Blue Protocol is shutting down? Is that a company or a game? I don't recall the name. You can build things for your house, yes. Get a better bed than a haystack, please. Love it. He's farming with his sword. You're not supposed to hoe with a sword. I guess until you actually can afford to buy or build a hoe, maybe you can just use the sword as an early thing. Oh, it's an MMO. So it never got to its English release. The game got killed before it made it. Sad. What is Echoes of Mystralia? Is that actually the name? Mystralia? That's way too close to Australia. Not Australia, Mystralia. It's a game about a guy that becomes Australia's new dictator. Mistralia is how he pronounced it. Oh, it's isometric action. There's some kind of white-haired god dude. He kind of looks like a non-burly Sakura from Danganronpa. It's the hair. Danganronpa, the Danganronpa company should release an isometric brawler where you play as Sakura and just beat the shit out of stuff. A fully martial arts focused isometric brawler. Like Midnight Fight Express. Midnight Fight Express, but Sakura. That's my concept. Okay, this is new. I definitely have never heard of this one. It's hard to forget with a name like Mystralia. His design reminds me of the show Avatar a little bit. He looks like an Avatar character. Sengoku Dynasty sounds cool. What have we here? Already not a good trailer. Don't do this. Let me tell you why you should play this game. Cool. You are Sengoku. Could you play a co-op? I don't want to build a dynasty unless I have my friends there with me. You mean feudal Japan? Read your own script, bruh. It seems kind of fun, but I don't like playing games like this alone. This is really good stuff to play with other people. It gets a little dry otherwise. Hey, Invoker. You trying to crash Twitch? Glasses too much swag? The glasses help when I'm really, really tired. And I need to take a break from the Elgato lights pointed directly in my face. Hopefully you don't have to go with that balding hairstyle with the back bun. I've never liked that hairstyle. But feudal Japan was rife with that hair. Men love that shit. I don't like being told about such a Japanese game by some just random dude. Some random white dude. It feels weird. He sounded like he might have been, like, French or something. Have I ever tried Indian attire? What, like dressed like an Indian? No. I thought you were wearing Shivani. Oh, it's just a bathrobe. I'm wearing my my Hugh Hefner gown. Normally I'd wear an Oodie on Sunday streams. I like to wear Oodies on Sunday just to relax. But it's getting a little warm up here. Sydney's starting to get a little bit toasty. So it was too hot a night to be wearing an Oodie. I'd sweat it up over here. I don't want to be sitting in my own ball juice while trying to catch up on Gamescom stuff. Gross. Oh my god, there's... The other tab I've got open is the exact same game as the one I was just watching. Spirit of the Samurai. Don't tell me this is like another one of what we just watched. It might be. This one looks cooler, actually. Oh, no, wait. This is that stop-motion looking one. Oh, sick. Okay, this is awesome. I did not know this is a side-scrolling beat-em-up, but the art style is really cool. Also, kitten gameplay. 10 out of 10. You were in Dubai and you saw a bathrobe costing 4,700. Well, you're in Dubai, man. Dubai is expensive as fuck. Everyone in Dubai is goddamn rich. They're one of the richest cities in the world. It's like Middle East Las Vegas. This is such a cool game. It makes me think about what was that game? Trek to Yomi? Yomi? Except more side-on. Because Trek to Yomi had a lot of side-scrolling moments, but it also would pan back to more isometric areas. And that game was okay. I feel like that game was better until you'd played maybe past the halfway mark, and then it starts to go to shit a little bit. It doesn't really stick the landing. I think the thing that that most succeeds with Yomi was the that black and white samurai film art style. That stuff was great. The game itself could be better. Can we have something different from feudal Japan? What is Brood Horse? Check out this teaser for Brood Horse, a game from the creators of Ministry of Broadcast. I don't know what that is. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that was their previous game. Ministry of Broadcast. This must be the new one. What the fuck is this?
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
That guy's spear has got a kettle on the end. It's not very efficient. Are those the main characters? Does that guy actually fight with a horse on his back? Oh, don't cut out of the trailer now. Ah, show me the game. That looked I was getting good. Okay, wait. Let me back that up a second. I'm curious if this is what the game actually looks like in-game. Because they kind of look like claymation. Those two characters. I'm wondering if this is like a side-scrolling beat-em-up. Like a 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up with claymation style like that previous trailer I watched. The Japanese one. Except the barbarian fights the horse. I hope he flings that horse around like the little baby monkey in Kong X Godzilla. New Empire? What was that called? I think it was called New Empire. Horse nunchucks. My new favorite weapon. Wrong screen. Wrong screen. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, that is the right screen. Don't worry. I'm a bit sad that we didn't get a gameplay of that. I want to see what it looks like. Looks like a game where they came up with a title first. Brood Horse. Oh, I get it. Brute Force, Brood Horse. They try to come up with a game to match the pun. Fine. Whatever. I'm cool with that. There's some pretty damn good games based on like a pun title. Like, what's that bear and breakfast game? Yeah. The one where you build and manage a bed and breakfast, but you're a bear. Get it? It sometimes succeeds. It sometimes works out. Zenless Zone Zero had a trailer at Gamescom. It's a special trailer. I don't know what that means. Did they mean special as in made just for Gamescom? Just to keep their name alive in people's mouths? Video games are like the opposite of the Will Smith meme. They want their name to stay in your mouth at all times. Keep your name in your motherfucking mouth. Well, it's not a character reveal trailer. I guess it's just random shit. Cat girl. She fights with little blades. I like little blades like that. In real life, if I had to fight with any kind of weapon, I want it to be a tiny dagger-like blade. Something you can move quick and get it between the ribs. This trailer's popping off, man. The soundtrack is fire. Cute. Welcome to the Eridu. Whatever that means. That was rad. Since I'm not really a mark for these kind of games, I just like to see what kind of media they put out, like multimedia. So I dig it when I get to see cool trailers for stuff like this, because I know I'm not going to play the game, but I get everything I need from these dope little music video trailers that they do. Music name, please. Wrath It Call Wrath 1904 Music. What the fuck? I don't think that was a proper answer. Feminoid propaganda. Okay. I'm down for some feminoid propaganda. Holy shit. I don't know what that means, but I want it. I like the sound of it. I think Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Heights, and there's one other one. The one that takes place in the urban city. It's similar to Zenless Zone Zero. I think they're the nicest visual style looking gacha games I've seen. Oh, Wuthering Waves. Wait, what was I referencing? Wuthering Heights. Wuthering Heights. That is something. It might be a TV show. I think that's where I got that from. That's all I want from the trailers like this. This Zenless Zone Zero trailer. All they needed was a cool soundtrack and show some of that sick art style off. That's all I want. Doom, 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 doom. All right. I think that's it. Project Mugen. That's the one, yeah. Project Mugen, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless Zone Zero are probably the coolest looking in terms of their art styles. Air Canada Express. Can we request a YouTube video? Maybe soon. I'm just finishing off the my catch up on Gamescom trailers that I missed. Like Wuthering. Oh yeah, Genies. Hang on, let me see what she dropped real quick and if I've actually seen these before. Let me check the Fatal Fury one. Because I think I saw a generic Fatal Fury trailer. It might not have been a specific character one. Like this is a trailer just for Mai, which means I may have not seen this one. Oh my god, her old school drawings are really weird looking. That didn't age well. God, they're gonna put some more personality into her face. There's something about even her new character model that looks a little bland in the face. Like someone went for default female custom character face 1. Look at that, that's terrible. Yes, that one. Thank you. That outfit all day, every day, please.
Fatal Fury, City of the Wolves.
City of the Wolves. Okay, let me pause it there for a second. Hey, what's his name? That's in everyone's trailers. Who is this chick? Not her. Who's the one in purple? Her hair is not doing gravity correctly. This is not doing it for me. The bod is. There's something about... I think there's something about all the faces in this game. What the fuck? Even this chick's face looks weird to me. Nice side boob, though. That's not a bad shot. Not the bum. Wait. Oh my god, the fucking cameraman. It's just all bums and tits. What the hell? See this? No, 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 no. No. No, 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 no. Nope. Nope. Something going horribly wrong here. We need a character designer. We need an artist on board stat. You can't put all your effort into the body and the costumes. The face has to have personality as well. You can't just get a plank of wood and put some lipstick on it. I feel bad because she's such a famous character. Like, she runs this franchise along with Terry. Her and Terry are like the shit. Okay, she looks a bit better here, but she's emoting something. That's the thing. There's something very Resident Evil character or anime Lara Croft in this shot. There's this giant hippo in the background. You just noticed that. Yeah, alright. Nah. No emotion. Fix this woman. Fix her. The bod's fine. Fix the face. That's all I ask. Alright. What was the other one you sent? Monster Hunter. Alert. A little Monster Hunter trailer from Gamescom opening night live. Is this actually the same one we watched? This might be the... I don't remember this Lala Barana and Scarlet Forest reveal part of the... That I don't recall.
My word. Is this a Lala Barina Floret? We must be near its nest.
Wait, this is ringing a bell again. Nope! Now I remember. This is now the third time we've watched this trailer because you sent it to me after games opening night live because I missed a little bit of the beginning. And the bit of the beginning that I missed included a whole lot of spider
You could do a
bitch.
lot worse for an interim camp.
You know who this girl reminds me of? This woman on the right. Hang on, let me. There. Brienne of Tarth. Is that her name? I think I got that right. Brienne of Tarth from Game of Thrones. There's something very Brienne about her, except she has a slightly prettier face than the real actress.
Worse for an interim camp.
Once your business.
The problem with the gaming space right now, with video gaming in general, is you can't make a game with a lead character like a Brienne of Tarth, like a big towering beast of a woman, because everyone is going to basically tar and feather you on Twitter. Like, I feel really bad about that because I would play that game, but like, for some reason there's this headspace right now in gaming where if you make a female character not like all busty and sex symbol-y and cute, people come at you for being like a DEI, for being DEI trash, as they call it. And then you get posts on Twitter of like, oh, if this was a good game, this is what the main character would look like. And then someone makes like a Photoshop or an AI version of the character with a cuter face, lipstick, and big tits. Happened with something recently. Obviously, Horizon Zero Dawn copped some of that stuff. Oh, Star Wars Outlaws. Literally, people on Twitter with Star Wars Outlaws were posting like AI versions of that chick of like, you know, what she should look like. And it's so gross. Like, I actually commented on some of them because they were starting to annoy me. Because I'm like, why? Aren't people tired of this shit by now? Like, why does every single game come out with a normal-looking human being have to get tarred and feathered for not turning that human being into some kind of sex doll? Because that's literally what they want. Because when they show examples of what they mean, they make an AI version of the character that's a literal sex doll. And it's like, I find sexy things hot. Like when I see some kind of weird, big-titted AI-generated sex doll-looking chick, I'm like, yeah, that's hot, whatever. But like, that's not what Star Wars Outlaws is about. I don't want that in my fucking Star Wars Outlaws. The chick in that game looks cool as. Like, she looks like that what I want a Star Wars Han Solo-esque rogue chick to look like. Like, I'm down for that. But I'm just like, I don't like how they make it a West versus East thing as well. Like, a lot of these tweets, they'll make comparisons between Eastern character design and Western character design in a way to try and throw the West under the bus. Like, this is how the Westerners design female characters. And then they'll pick the ugliest frames from, like, the most famous lead characters, like the Star Wars Outlaw chick, Abby, like Jeannie said, the Horizon Zero Dawn girl, Aloy. Like, they'll pick the ugliest possible frame of all these women, and they're like, look at what the West designs women like. It's all DEI woke bullshit. And then they'll post a bunch of sex dolls from some Japanese hentai games, and they'll be like, oh, this is what the East is like. They know how to really do it. It's like, shut the fuck up, man. I don't want a Japanese sex doll in all my games. I want every game to do its own thing. Like, that's normal, though. Like, we don't watch movies and go, oh, man, I wish every movie I watched was Brad Pitt as the main character. That wouldn't make sense if you're watching Bridesmaids or Ghostbusters or fucking Stranger Things. There's no room for a Brad Pitt there. They're kids, or they're frumpy women that are being bridesmaids at a wedding for a hot chick, and that's where all the comedy's going to come from. Like, everything is different. Why do gamers act like everything has to be the same? It's art. Every art is different. Like, Jesus Christ. Look, she's a babe. The blacksmith, whatever she is. If you need to whack off to somebody, do it to her. Everyone else can be... There's an Indian child. Cool, great. It just makes me feel bad because we can't get a Brienne of Tarth game because that company will, like, go under because of the trolls on the internet, basically attacking everyone's livelihood. And then they end up like losing money and players because if you're not one of the trolls that is hating on stuff for being woke or DEI, then you're one of the sheep who doesn't end up playing a game because you only see that kind of toxic news, and then you believe that, oh, that must be a bad game, and then you never touch it. People don't realize how much effect trolls can have. Because people that aren't terminally online and can think for themselves and see evidence to the contrary, they're just going to see the bad stuff because the bad stuff rises to the top. Because people are easily toxic rage baited. People click on things that are nasty before they'll click on things that are positive. So if you don't know what's going on, and if you need to find out what a game is or what it's like, the first stuff you're going to see is the trolls having a shit fit. And then if you're one of those people that doesn't follow along with stuff, you're automatically going to assume that the game is a fail, and you're not going to touch it. You know how many, like, you probably lost 1 million sales just because there's 1 million people out there that don't have their finger on the pulse, that will see the first rage bait headline and go, oh, well, I guess that sucks, and they'll move on with their lives. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's all trash. All right. Let me do one more thing for Gamescom. I'm pretty much used up all my Gamescom clips that I know of that I could find. But I did find this one that is apparently from OTK Games Expo, which happened right before Gamescom started, I think. It happened right between Summer Game Fest and Gamescom. And I've never seen a trailer for this. I've never even heard of it. It's called Haunted Paws. A co-op canine horror game developed by Lazy Flock. Rescue your human friend trapped in a haunted mansion. This sounded amazing to me. So I'm just going to do this as part of Gamescom. I don't care. I'll just make this the finale. Because the idea of playing in co-op, you and your friend as two dogs having to go into a haunted mansion to save your human owner, is such an awesome concept. I wish this was a movie. This would make a great movie. Haunted Paws. Oh, they're adorable. And they're holding a flashlight. I wonder if you get to pick your dog. Oh, you do. You get to pick your dog breed. That's incredible. Dog customization. 10 out of 10. This is going to be light-hearted horror in the vein of like Luigi's Mansion, probably. Mostly just fun. Oh my god, okay, never mind. I changed my mind. This isn't bullshit. That was a very realistic-looking spider. Hate. So if your friend gets got, do you have to find him and... Yeah, okay, it's like Left 4 Dead. As long as you both don't get taken down, the other one can save the other one. I'm starting to think this might be procedural. Haunted Paws. I'm down for this. It looks a little simplistic than what I was hoping for, but I'd still play that. I'd still play. I might actually see if Austin wants to play it with me. We haven't played a co-op in a while. I'm gonna keep that in a different tab just to remind myself. Oh, yes, we've caught up. Happy day. And I'd feel like more peanut butter toast now. I should have made just one slice. Never make just one slice of peanut butter toast. You will be hankering for more. Yum, yum, yum. What was Air Canada Express talking about? Mentor. Story of Saudi 163. Wait, that sounds familiar. Isn't that a plane that went down? I'm just going to check. Mentor pilot. Oh, wait, we've watched videos off this channel on the stream before. Yeah, yeah, Air Canada Express. It must have been... I remember watching a video on this from this channel about a flight that went down and the black box recordings and stuff like that. I went into really full on detail. I have a feeling that was probably Air Canada Express that shared that last time as well. Because it didn't come up like he was a first-time chatter. So, Air Canada's definitely been here before. The Mystery of Saudi Flight 163. That must be the one he's talking about. I wonder what the one we watched last time was. I really can't remember. Anyway, if he still wants to watch it, we'll see. La 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 la. We should go on to. We do need to move on to Nintendo Direct, but we also need to do the Sonic trailer. When should I do that? Maybe I'll do it now. Yeah, let's do it now. I'll just use this as a break in between the two, between Gamescom and Nintendo Direct, because I'm really keen to see how this went. I have a complicated relationship with the Sonic the Hedgehog live-action movies. I don't think they're bad, but they frustrate me a little bit as a old-school Sonic fan. It's not what I would have done. I'm actually kind of sick of the on-Earth shit that they keep doing. I really wish they could have made Sonic films based on Mobius. Just fully in CG. I don't like the conceit of bring famous franchise character to Earth to be a CG mascot buddy with a live action actor like James Marsden. That like CG character road trip bullshit. Like it's the thing that ruined the He-Man movie. Do you remember Masters Universe back in the 80s? You got to be on Eternia for like 5 minutes, and then they brought it to LA, and then the movie was just complete balls from that point on. I still hurt from those days. I hate that movie. Anyway.
Sonic, you finally found your family.
Try to keep up.
Yay. They seem more colorful than they used to be.
But you didn't
They've turned up the
change who you
saturation.
are in here.
Yeah, in my lungs.
Or your heart.
Why is he so stupid? Why do they have to play Sonic like an idiot? I thought Knuckles was the idiot.
There's been a high-level security breach.
Oh yeah. Emo Sonic in the house.
Team Sonic's immediate assistance.
They really lean into the
Project
fucking My
Shadow
Chemical
is far
Romance.
beyond anything we've ever
Bullet for My
encountered.
Valentine.
Shadow's story began a lot like your Sonic.
Edgelordiness of Shadow, I love
Where
it.
you found family and friends.
Was that Maria? Oh fuck.
Shadow found only pain.
Oh fuck, we're getting for some drama. Get ready.
All right.
Anyone who hasn't played the game is going to be
How do we find it?
really surprised by how dark the story gets.
Fireball?
I love it. Let's start with a giant fireball.
Are they not affected by gravity? Can they just land on the road from a helicopter?
Dude, I'm standing right here.
You're a colorful bunch.
We don't want to fight you.
Oh shit, that was so
Actually,
Keanu.
Sonic, I would like to fight.
No, no.
Keanu Reeves versus Idris Elba.
My.
Wait, why did that break his wrist? He turned it the right direction.
Can we just talk about this?
Oh, he's kicking ass.
He's too powerful.
That orchestral cover of Green Hill Zone.
I can't
that gave me
believe I'm
chills.
saying this, but we need
Soundtrack's giving me goosebumps.
This is a bad idea.
When has that ever stopped me?
Doctor.
Oh, he's getting fat.
This is sad, Robotnik.
We're actually getting fat
Even for
Robotnik.
you.
We need your help.
On one condition.
Oh my god, he looks like a homeless LA
Do this!
underpass hobo.
If I can't rule the world, I might as well save it. I need room.
But sir, I don't have the proper
He
material.
needs to be fatter, even fatter. Keep going. Egg-shaped.
When we're done, there won't be anything left.
Hey, no cheat code.
They brought in the motorcycle. Is he gonna have the gun?
What did you do?
Tell me he's got the gun.
Had to.
That was Live and Learn. The soundtrack is popping off. The level of edgelord to Shadow is so funny. I love that they lean into it, though.
Welcome home, my boy.
It's
Gerald?
impossible.
Is it?
It couldn't be.
Couldn't it? Are you? In the saggy flesh.
That's Gerald Robotnik, right? Oh my god, they're going in on the Maria stuff. Holy shit. You meant to send this link too? Oh, that's alright. I was already planning to watch it. There's no way I was going to catch up on that. I wish I could like the Sonic movies more, but I'm too invested in Sonic fandom to be able to let a lot of like certain things go. But it's fine. They're doing a decent enough job. That looks great though. That looks like it might be the best one of the three, just from trailer alone. Oh my god, the soundtrack. That Emerald? The Green Hill Zone orchestral piece about halfway through the trailer, that was hitting. That was goosebumps. And then it goes into the a cover of Live and Learn from the Sonic Adventure soundtrack right at the end, as it was building up to Sonic and Shadow clashing. Oh, baby. Live and learn, hanging on the edge of tomorrow. That one. And the choice of yesterday. Fuck, that song is good. I have the CD. I have the Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 soundtracks on CD, jewel case, on the shelf. I got this music, man. I've listened to it, like, on headphones while, like, catching the bus and stuff. I have it all memorized. I can't believe we're going to get... I hope we get to hear this shit in the movie. I want to hear the Sonic Adventure soundtrack covered in this film. I want to hear orchestral pieces that are hiding the different themes and motifs, like, all throughout the film. Green Hill Zone, great, but that's generic. That's all-encompassing Sonic. That goes way back. I'm talking Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. If they're going to be fighting in the city, or if there's some kind of chase scene through the city, because in the game, the military blames Sonic for some stuff initially because they think that Shadow is Sonic. And that leads to a military chase through the city where a giant truck is chasing Sonic through the streets. And that's Sonic Adventure 2. If a scene like that happens, I want to hear City Escape. Like, orchestral version of City Escape on the soundtrack. You feel like moving through your mind. Who's trying to come out for more? Yeah, yeah, yeah. We need all the Crush 30. What are their names? Crush 30? Crush 31? Fuck. I've forgotten their names. Crush. That band needs to be all over this thing. City Escape. It's the scene where he's like, Crush 40. Oh my god, I was doing every number but that. This song. Please let there be a city chase scene or some kind of city action scene with like an orchestral version of this. Oh yeah! At the speed of sound, I got places to go, I will follow my way. It's a classic, I don't care. Don't keep on moving ahead. Guessing in the mind instead. This actually takes me back. So, like, when I was a teenager, I bought my Dreamcast with my own money. My first console that I bought with my own money. And I bought Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 during that period. All hail Dreamcast. Best console ever. Set you free. Follow me. Set me free. Trust me and we will escape from the city. I just remembered as well the soap tie-in. That's a billboard for soap sneakers. They were the sneaker brand that had the grind groove in the bottom of your sneaker. So in real life, if you had soap brand shoes, you could actually grind on rails. That's what his sneakers in the whole Sonic Adventure 2 are based on the soap brand. They had a whole tie-in and everything. It was hilarious. I wanted soap brand shoes when I was a kid so bad. I wanted to be Sonic. Oh shit, where'd it go? I lost Sonic. Ah, no. this it?
Sonic?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I need to hear this. I need to hear the music again. Hang on. Where did the Green Hill Zone music kick in?
The hedgehog I fought previously.
I
Wait,
love it. Let's start with a giant
did I hear Shadow's theme? Hang on, hang on. Wait.
He is much more impressive than the hedgehog I fought previously.
No, it's not. I was waiting for that doom 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 doom. There's a particular Shadow theme I was expecting to hear there. Hey Tenor, what did I miss? Oh, I caught up on the Gamescom trailers that that wasn't in the showcases that I watched a week and a half ago. A bunch of trailers came out during Gamescom that wasn't part of the shows, so I scraped together a couple that I missed and I watched through them. Now I'm catching up on Sonic 3, yeah.
I'm standing right.
There's one thing that doesn't make sense to me here. The way that Shadow takes down Knuckles is illogical and physically doesn't make sense. Right here. Why does that make a crack noise? Did you notice that? He's turning his fist in the correct direction. He's just... Hang on. He's doing this. Like, I can do that, and my wrist doesn't crack. That doesn't hurt. That feels fine. So, what is happening here? I feel like all he did was, like, comfortably turn his hand in the correct direction. That shouldn't have done anything to him. What the fuck was that? Knuckles looks like he's in serious pain. What has he got, osteoporosis? Oh no! You turned my bones the direction they're supposed to be turned. Woe is me, I've now been kicked into the sky. Into orbit. He now suffocates in space. Hey, Upside Down. Upside Down, fuck. He did it against Knuckles' will? Yeah, but if you turned my fist the correct way that my fist is supposed to turn against my will, it's not gonna hurt. I'm gonna feel tension from the resistance, but there's no bone crack. The soundtrack... listen. That was fucking celery being snapped in half in the Foley booth. It might break something when both turn hands in the right... He should have bent it the other way, like twist it upside down. Something actually painful looking. What do you mean by what a day upside down? Did something happen to you? You going through it?
My turn.
Look at that chaos control. We better hear him say chaos control heaps. I want to hear Keanu Reeves say chaos control like every 5 seconds.
Can we just talk about
Chaos control! He still sounds like Keanu to me, but Keanu Reeves' affectation is kind of sort of close to Shadow anyway. I reckon I'll probably forget about it in the film. In the trailer I'm hearing him, but I reckon it'll become invisible in the movie. Sound was from grabbing, not from twisting, was it? That whole scene is confusing. That might just be the trailer, like, mixing up the footage and the audio. Like, trailers fuck things around all the time, on purpose. Oh, this is the music. Wait, check it. Green Hill Zone orchestral version. Ready?
He's too powerful.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but we need you know who.
I want that, man. I've got all the Sonic CDs on my shelf. I want the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie score now. I want it now.
When is that?
I want it more than I actually want to see the film. You can see Shadow in John Wick 5. I mean, he might as well be. The whole universe of John Wick is kind of fucked up. None of that shit makes any sense. They went a bit too far with that underground assassin organization. It just got a little silly. Keanu is perfect as Shadow. I can't think of anyone else that would be better. I think it's just it's a weird thing where he doesn't really have to play a character because he's just doing Keanu like he always does. And I can hear Keanu, but I think just the fact that their voices are similar enough kind of is what makes it perfect. Like, I think I'll forget about it while I'm watching the movie. It's just funny to hear him in the trailer and just to know that it's Keanu.
Stop me.
It was really entertaining. Okay, we don't want to see too much of the tum. It's sort of gross. That's a good look though. I like underpass hobo Robotnik. I wish he didn't have to shave it off. You're drunk? Keanu Reeves is so damn hot. Yeah, check him out. Ready? There you go. Look how hot he is. That's a hot looking Keanu Reeves right there. They tried to make Ultimate Assassin from John Wick DNA, and that's how Project Shadow started. Yeah, let's just combine the universes. Wait, there's a pretty sick shot of Shadow, right? Not that one. There's this shot. Holy shit, this is a good shot of Shadow. This is fire right here. This is sex appeal. Everyone wants to ride that Shadow. I think this is the best shot in the trailer, this one. This is the shot for me. Because this implies a lot. This implies that they're not going to chicken out on the backstory. I was a bit worried about the whole Shadow lore thing when they were announcing they were going to do Shadow in the third film. But this suggests to me that they're not going to pussy out. I think they're going to go all the way with it. I like that they didn't forget that he can fly. It's not flying, Tenor. It's hovering plus chaos control. Or something. Yeah, they're going to kill a kid. I'm just going to put that out there if you don't know your Sonic lore. If you haven't played Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, this is Maria. This little human child befriends Shadow when he's still an experimental ultimate weapon. And when everything goes tits up in this lab and Shadow's released, the military mobilizes and they try to take him out because he's not meant to be released because of what he's capable of. And the little girl tries to help him and she gets gunned down, dude. She's going to get riddled with bullets. And all the kids in the audience are going to scream and cry. He literally flies after accelerating enough. Yeah, but also Sonic also does that. When Sonic goes supersonic, he gets so fast his feet stop touching the ground. You can see it in the trailer when he runs in a circle. Yeah, I saw that towards the end. There's one where he goes around and comes up the wall. Sega Mega Drive Sonic 1 and 2. The new stuff is so weird. Oh, I mean, yeah, the lore got very super serious with the Dreamcast games and stuff. But the Dreamcast games are still part of my childhood, because when I was a teenager, I bought my first Dreamcast and the Sonic games that came out for that. I was so into them. They're so good. And Rouge the Bat. I was just young enough and old enough to be all about Rouge the Bat's titties. Not anymore, though. I'm no furry. Is what I protest too much. Nobody believes me. Yeah, but this is the shot, I think. This is what gives me hope that this is going to be a decent film. As long as they kill this child, this kid's going to get gunned down for sure. Otherwise, his whole backstory makes no sense. Rouge when? I feel like this is the time. If Rouge is going to appear in a movie, this is the earliest she can possibly show up. Is the Shadow storyline. Because she appeared in... Was she Sonic Adventure 2? Or was she in 1 as well? You feel old? Yeah, I mean, you want to go back to the time when Robotnik was just capturing baby animals in metal capsules. And Sonic just had to go and hit the button. I wonder if how they would do Rouge in live action, though. Because these movies stay pretty family friendly. And Rouge is she's kind of a femme fatale. Like, everything she does and says has this air of sexiness to it that I guess would be a little uncomfortable in a live-action, family-friendly film. She always sounds like she's trying to make you erect. She does, like, the ASMR voice thing. Hey, Sonic. And you're like, oh, shit, my pants. I don't like bats. I promise. They're kind of dirty. They carry diseases. There was no Rouge in the first one. Okay, so she was 2. But that was the same as Shadow. Shadow and Rouge, I think, both premiered in Sonic Adventure 2. So this is the earliest you could bring Rouge into it. I feel like they might not, just simply because it would For a 90-minute film, 90 minutes to 2 hours, I think it might complicate things too much to add too many characters, but you could have her show up somewhere in the second act once everything's already in motion, and then she provides some little bit of assistance, and then maybe shows up one more time at the end of the third act to help one last. But you wouldn't want to focus on her too much. It'd have to be very background. Otherwise, you're complicating things too much. You need to focus on like the plot and the main characters. We need to spend a lot of time with Shadow and his backstory. Because, you know, if you're going to relate to a villain, you need to see enough of his backstory to understand why he's doing what he's doing. So we're going to spend a bunch of time with Shadow and Maria, hopefully. That's why we don't have time for too much Rouge. But if they don't put her into this, I mean, they're probably still going to make a Sonic 4. At that point, you could add Rouge, Big the Cat, Esper. Is that the chameleon? Esper? Silver. Silver premiered in Sonic 06. I don't want to do the storyline of Sonic 06. I don't think that human princess bullshit would work in this franchise. The live action movies don't take place in a environment where he could hook up with a royal princess. It wouldn't make sense. Unless they change it so she's the president's daughter or something. But they could bring in Silver. I say steal the Silver storyline from Sonic 06 and crowbar it into some kind of modern storyline that takes place in, like, California. And then go Sonic Heroes. Maybe we don't do Sonic Heroes. Because then it just started to get a little bit naff. Although if you want to do Sonic Forces, we can get my own Sonic custom character in there. My self-insert Sonic character. Even more dark and emo than Shadow. Traits. Hates his dad. Wishes his mom wouldn't come into his room without asking. Like that kind of edgy. Listens to My Chemical Romance and Bullet for My Valentine. Watches Vampire Diaries. Doesn't enjoy it, but just thinks vampires are sick. What other Sonics are there? There's Sonics on the handhelds that are interesting. There's like Sonic RPG, Sonic and the Dark Brotherhood. There's some storylines you can steal from those. Although they take place in actual Sonic fantasy lands that don't really work on Earth. That's the problem. I think there's too much Sonic Sonic games and content that take place on Mobius and other Sonic planets. Which is not good. Generations? I don't think that would work in the live action movies either. Because that takes place in a multiverse where... Okay, wait. You could do a version of Generations if you changed enough. If you made it like a proper multiverse movie where live action Sonic movie meets with old Sonic, old video game Sonic, new video game Sonic from Sonic Adventure with the edgier design, the ugly one, like just do like the Deadpools in Deadpool and Wolverine, where you bring in Sonics from the comic, the games, the handheld DS versions, all the eras, the more edgy graphic novels. There's a couple of things you can do. Have a joke in there about Dr. Eggman's Mean Bean Machine, like really deep cut Sonic fan jokes like that. I had Eggman's Mean Bean Machine on my Mega Drive. It's basically Tetris, but Sonic. Maria's gonna get shot in the back by an MP5. Bye, Maria. Your time on this earth is short. Enjoy it. I think this is it. Oh shit, this is it. It's in the trailer. I didn't even see this shot the first time through. Oh fuck. That is definitely Shadow and Gerald Robotnik, the old guy from the end of the trailer. And they're holding someone's body. That's definitely Maria's dead body. And they're surrounded by soldiers pointing guns at them. So one of them has pulled the trigger and shot her in the back while aiming for Shadow. He's about to go completely ballistic and kill all these soldiers as well. Once he's done crying over Maria's dead body. I like that they're doing it, man. I like this. I was so worried that they would soften Shadow's backstory just to make it more family friendly, but I think they're actually doing it legit. This trailer has gotten better the more I've combed through it and realized some stuff. Okay, so the Maria stuff, best thing about the trailer. The Green Hill Zone and the Live and Learn theme, main theme from Sonic Adventure in orchestral style, best thing about the trailer. The Knuckles correct direction hand twist, worst thing about the trailer. I still think that's really stupid. It doesn't make sense. But I don't think that's what happens in the movie. I think maybe the trailer is playing that up. I bet in the movie there's no bone crack when he turns his wrist. I bet it's a 2-move thing. He probably turns his wrist and then does something else as a follow-up, like a judo throw. Just for the sake of the trailer being more efficient, I think maybe they put a sound effect on the wrist thing. So they're just fucking around. You worried it will be mismatched tones? Yeah, because one of the things I don't like about the live-action Sonic movies is how family-friendly, cute, cuddly character on a road trip with James Marsden these movies are. Like, I hate that shit. I really wish we could have just done the movies on Sonic's planet, on Mobius, and not done the live-action at all. I've never gotten over that. Hey, look, there he is, skating on water. That's cool. Although I don't know where he is right now. He's in a void. Like Thor, Love and Thunder. Yeah, Love and Thunder... I think the problem with Love and Thunder is that it needed way more of the dark tone. It was out of whack a little bit. This actually might be the scene after Maria gets shot, where he's teleporting around, chaos controlling all these soldiers to death. I think that's... What do they call that? Like a nega ring? When multiple rings come in contact and they form like a black hole. I remember something about that. I wonder where they're going with Robotnik and all this, though. Are they going to build him up like helping Sonic Team until some late part in the movie where in the third act he turns on all of them? And then it's a 3-way fight between Robotnik on one side, Shadow on another side, and then Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Sonic in the middle. I wonder if they're gonna. Okay, here's another concept. Here's another hypothetical theory. They might be combining Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Adventure 1 into one story. If the ultimate weapon tests about Shadow in the third act end up revealing that he was the failure and the real ultimate weapon is that liquid creature from Sonic Adventure 1, Ultimate Chaos. And then it leads up to a finale that's basically the end of Sonic Adventure 1, where Shadow ends up teaming up with Sonic and them, and Shadow and Sonic are both in Supersonic mode, where he's gold and Shadow's maybe like silver. And it's them basically flying across the water in the ruins of the city, fighting the Ultimate Chaos creature, with the heavy metal rock version of Live and Learn playing on the soundtrack. You think they're going with the cartoons, not the games? Yeah, but Shadow originates from those games. Like, I don't really care how the cartoons ended up using him. Like, I want the games. That's the lore I'm looking for. Fuck the rest of it. Although, if I was making these films, we would have never come to Earth. Would have been on Mobius the whole time. I do actually have a Sonic treatment. A long time ago, I wrote a treatment for... It's a couple of pages long. It's not a full script. Treatment is basically just a full outline of what the script's going to be like. I know exactly how I would write a Sonic movie. I have the entire 3-act structure in my head, like, figured out. But yeah, I really hope they don't do too much with the cartoon stuff. I only really care about the game stuff. Keanu only talks twice in this whole trailer, I noticed.
Won't be anything left.
This bit is the second time he talks.
There won't be anything left.
He sounds like he was trying to do a bit more of a Shadow voice on that last line, on that second line. I kind of love it. You'll not tell cartoon plot to spoil. The Sonic cartoons that I've seen are Sonic X and Sonic Underground. I have them on DVD, the box sets. Sonic X is quite long. There's a lot of DVDs in that collection. It's a pretty huge box. Do you think they're going to bring the gun in? Do you think the movie is too family friendly to have Shadow wielding a gun? I think maybe we're not going to see the gun. I don't think... We're going to see the motorcycle, clearly. He's got the sick motorcycle, which is really funny. Boom. Cool. You don't think he'll have the gun? Yeah, neither do I. I think they're going to cop out on the gun. I think that's maybe too problematic to show kids a cartoon mascot holding like a fucking hand cannon. They at least got the motorcycle in there. We'll just have to make do with that. I would like a reference to the gun at least. Maybe he picks one up and looks at it after killing the soldiers. Maybe he picks up one of their weapons and considers it for a second. Like, what is this? Because maybe he doesn't know what guns are up to that point. But then he throws it down and never uses it. I would be fine with that. That makes sense to me. Just the motorcycle is so perfect, emo edgelord. Where are they in this scene? Hang on. Yeah, so my prediction is that the second act will be Robotnik and Sonic Team against Shadow. Third act will be Robotnik revealing his true plan, which ends up being much worse than anything Shadow's doing, and it probably involves the true ultimate chaos from Sonic Adventure 1. And then Shadow's going to have to realize what's going on for reals, and he's going to join Sonic against Robotnik. No, Robotnik gets wiped out of the situation at that point. He can't control ultimate chaos, so he's out. He gets wiped out. And then Shadow and Sonic have to team up to get rid of ultimate chaos. That's what I think is going to happen. Last act of Sonic 2 in space. Yes, it was. I don't really want... I want to start out with Sonic Adventure 2 and then end up in Sonic Adventure 1. I want them to do it in reverse. That's how I would do it, I think. I want the lizard. Which lizard? There's a couple. There's the DJ Crocodile, whose name escapes me. And then there's Esper, the chameleon. Wait, that's the only two lizards I can think of. You mean Esper? Oh, you're talking about the final boss in okay. I thought you meant Sonic characters. Because there's still a bunch we haven't seen yet. What was the crocodile's name? Why have I forgotten? Was it something DJ-ish? Let me type it in. Sonic Crocodile? Vector. The crocodile's name is Vector. Not DJ-ish at all. There's also a bumblebee. The crocodile, the chameleon, and the bumblebee tend to be a team. The Chaotix Detective Agency. What was the bee's name? Hang on. See if I can find it. They had Bee as friend. Yeah, well, he's the only one I can't remember his name still. We've got Vector and Esper. Oh, come on. Affiliated with... Team Rose, Team Vector, Chaotix Detective Agency. Charmy. So it's Vector, SBO, and Charmy. Maybe we'll see them in a future film. If they do Sonic 4, they should bring in the Detective Agency. Maybe other animal creatures start coming across the portal. Now that there's a Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, and a Shadow. Maybe Earth starts to mix with Mobius a lot. And there's actual just animal people like living in normal society. And 3 of them form the Detective Agency known as Chaotix. And then they can come into the plot and help out. Then you can have your Sonic Heroes tenor. Because the 3 of them from the Chaotix Detective Agency form one of the trios of teams in Sonic Heroes. You want the Tails Mecha versus Robotnik fight? There's still tons we can do in these movies. If you want to get a little wild with it. Some of this stuff is crazy, man. Sonic storylines get a little wacky. After the stream tonight, I think I'm going to go and try and download the Live and Learn and Green Hill Zone music from this trailer. Let's see if I can find it. That's my favorite thing about this trailer so far, aside from this Maria shot. Good shit. Do you feel like moving through your mind? Ooh, it's time to come back for more. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm having so many fucking inner, like, subconscious flashbacks to my childhood playing Sonic Adventure. There's so much, like, cheesy-ass cock rock music in the Sonic games. It's so good. I want to hear all of that in the movies, man. All of it. What's your favorite part of the trailer? Music and the dead kid. Yes. That's exactly it. Worst part of the trailer, Knuckles' fake wrist twist. That was some bullshit. But I'm going to blame the trailer editor for that. I don't think that's how it happens in the movie. It's just one of those things they wanted to do like really quick on screen. Just to get the point across. Do you guys remember in a previous it was either the Sunday Hangout stream or it was the Gamescom stream. Do you guys remember we had a conversation about something in some trailer looking like really cheesily commercially? And I went off on a tangent talking about a film. There was a movie I'd seen not long ago. It was a recent film, and it was a movie that I was ranting about. It had a moment in it that was like 100% TV commercial. Like it was the worst, most gregarious example of product placement I've ever seen in a film in a long time. And we tried to figure out what it was. I remember I searched on Google for a bit, kind of looking at what the most recent films in the last couple of months were. And I couldn't figure it out, what movie it was from. If you guys remember that conversation, I actually figured it out. And I looked it up on Google, and I found examples of what I'm talking about. It was Godzilla x Kong, New Empire. The most recent Kong versus Godzilla movie. There's a moment in the film where one of the female leads goes to pick up the little tribal kid that has a connection to Mothra, her tribe. She picks her up from school after she's had some trouble, and she goes to take her home in the car. And it cuts to a static tripod shot of the car they're walking up to. And everything about the shot, the placement of the car, the blocking of the scene, the camera position, the colors, the production design, the lighting, everything about it is designed for TV commercial. Like the style is basically like TV Bible. Your favorite part is lack of chaos control? No, that goes on the list of bad things. I didn't hear him say chaos control once. You always forget there's people in them. Well, they get stepped on a lot. I have the example here, though, so you can see what I'm talking about. This is... Oh, here it is. Check this out. This is a legit shot from Godzilla x Kong New Empire. This is real. This is her picking her up from school. They walk up to the car and they get in the car, and this is a real fucking shot, and I could not believe it. I spat out my drink. This is not a shot in a movie. This is not photography. The DP was not here this day. This was a second unit. This is definitely a second unit team with a second unit director that was probably from commercial filmmaking, and they gave this shot to him specifically because they were told to sell this car because they're on the... Why is the car on the grass? Exactly. The car is on the grass because that makes it a nice, attractive TV commercial advertisement shot for whatever this Volkswagen is. Fucking bullshit. Where's the school again? I don't know. Over on the beach, just to the left of the shot. Something. I can't get over this. This is like driven me crazy. I'm gonna full screen this for you so you can really get the most out of this shot. Here you go. Can you believe this? My brain, man. My fucking brain. I paused the movie and I just stare at this. And it makes me want to write a letter to Universal Pictures and tell them to fire somebody. This is worse than that moment in that Michael Bay movie where Mark Wahlberg stopped to have a Mountain Dew. And we had to sit and wait for him to be refreshed by the Mountain Dew. Yeah, someone definitely paid for this, and it makes me mad to this day. You want to go check the movie? I wonder if there's if that scene is actually on YouTube. Hang on. Let's see. Godzilla New Empire car scene. Fucking hell. Car shot. You'd think that somebody would have made fun of this on YouTube, but I'm not finding it. Maybe I should be the one. Maybe I should make a YouTube video having a rant. Because it really drives me fucking insane. Like, I can't stop thinking about it. It's living in my head rent-free. We want to see how they ended there logically. Maybe there's an explanation. No, they're just... She picked her up from school after she got in trouble for not paying attention. Because Mothra's tribe is, like, telepathically communicating with her. And she's drawing things on the desk. And the teacher's concerned. And then the next scene, they're just leaving and headed to that car. That's parked on the grass in a nice, sexy product commercial shot. It's just... It really takes me out of the movie. I don't care if you can sneak some product bullshit in there because you have to make money and fund the film somehow. But don't make a commercial in the middle of your film because it breaks immersion. Michael Bay doesn't give a shit about that stuff because he comes from commercial filmmaking. He started out making car commercials, so you just expect it from him because he's trash anyway. But, you know, don't ruin your movie by turning it into a commercial for like 15 seconds. I'm not finding it. If you find that scene isolated on the internet, I'll pull it up, but I can't find it. No one looks at humans in those movies. I mean, they try to make you look at the humans. There's constant human storyline arc scenes in those films for some reason. I guess they have to take us from fight to fight somehow. Otherwise, it could just be a YouTube montage of monster fights. You wouldn't need a movie. You know what? Don't make a movie. Make a Netflix episodic series where every episode is just a kaiju fight. With no context required. Kaijus just fight each other. That's what Godzilla does. He travels around the earth looking for kaijus to punch in the face. Just give us a montage. Just give us an episodic bunch of those fights. Almost like the Love, Death, and Robots thing on Netflix. But every episode's just a different fight. It's the same level as those beer commercials, but serious. Yeah, see, that was like... That's like so gratuitous that it's a piss take. Like, we laugh at that because it's just... It's not even hiding it. It's doing it on purpose. This is the kind of thing where they think they're still being sly, but they're not hiding the production value of the commercial anymore. They're just literally selling you a car. If they made fun of it in a way where it's like they literally sell you the car to camera in the movie, we could at least have fun with it and laugh at it, but you know, that's just not on. I'm not feeling that. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Wasn't there another Sonic game coming out as well to go along with the movie? I seem to remember there was a new Sonic game being advertised that Shadow's going to be a major part of, which is obviously a tie-in, a well-timed tie-in. What was it called? I'm pretty sure it was like a sequel to that Sonic Generations game you mentioned before, Tenor. But one where Shadow's like a main focus. See if I can find it. Ah, yeah. Here it is. Sonic X Shadow Generations. It's literally a sequel to Generations, I was right. This name is too long. Sonic X Shadow Generations : Dark Beginnings. What the fuck? A new teaser trailer for Sonic X Shadow Dark Beginnings. 3-episode prologue animation will be available fall 2024. Oh, what? Oh, wait. This is not... Oh, hang on. This is a show to tie into the game. It's not a tie-in, but they did make it because of the popularity brought on by the movie. I didn't mean literal tie-in, like this is a video game movie, or a movie game. I just meant the timing of them making more Shadow games when the Shadow movie's coming out was obviously on purpose. Sounds like a fan fiction name. No, see, what I got wrong was the game Sonic X Shadow Generations, the Generation sequel, is coming out October 25th. But before that is a 3-episode animation tie-in prologue called Sonic X Shadow Generations Dark Beginnings. And that's what this is. I didn't realize there was a show.
Professor Gerald made me the ultimate life form. I should be the key.
Oh my
to
god,
all
it's not
manner of
Keanu.
medicines. Curing you.
Maria, we're gonna watch her die twice. Once in the cartoon and once in the live-action movie.
Grandfather are doing your best. I'm just...
Oh, fucking hell. I'm not vibing female anime voice acting anymore. Kirk Thornton, is that the original Shadow voice? They could have put Keanu in this as well, just for shits and giggles. That would have been pretty funny. But then Kirk would have been out of a job.
You and Grandfather are doing your best. I'm just as happy
I hate
to
this
spend
voice so
time with
much.
you here while you both research.
I'm getting a little tired of fake female voices. Like, I like it when a female character just sounds like a normal chick. But when you have this like 30-year-old adult voice actress doing a wispy anime girl voice, like it's kind of driving me crazy a little bit. It's his first time voicing Shadow. Oh, he sounds legit. He sounds like the original Shadow, like from the first games. He's doing well. You hate Stephanie Shea? Is that who that is? I feel bad for her because she's being hired to do this cute, wholesome anime girl voice, and she's doing her job, but I'm just like... I've fallen out of love with that archetype because it just sounds like a fake voice to me now. It doesn't sound like a real character or human being. It sounds like someone doing the voice. It's the same problem I have with some VTubers. Some VTubers that are trying to like push the sexy VTuber model thing, they do that voice, and it's like I don't enjoy listening to it because it sounds like bullshit. It sounds too fake. Like I don't feel like I'm getting a real character or human being from it. I just want to see Maria get shot. That's her job. She doesn't have to be a good voice actor. She just has to get shot in the face. What is this? I think that's the true, successful ultimate life form.
Shadow, you have to save him!
She's gonna get shot. Here we go. It's gonna be in the trailer.
I'll handle this. Just wait here. I'll be back. I promise.
Putting on his best edgelord voice. It's great. Damn it, she didn't get shot. I thought that was the moment. They could have done a better running animation on Shadow. There's something weird about his little both hands out to each side figure skating technique. Look at this. That's a bit cheesy. That's not how I'm pretty sure that's not how he runs in the games. Oh, we're going full anime with this. Oh, is that it? It's not really a trailer, is it? It's just like a clip from the show. They did no editing on that whatsoever. There's the game. Pre-order now and receive Sonic Adventure Legacy skin. Gotta go fast. All right. Okay. It's not as bad as, let's say, The Flash. Like, Ezra Miller's Flash run is probably the worst thing I've ever seen. That shadow run he was doing in that corridor is probably second worst run I've ever seen. I don't like the two hands out to each side. It looks like he's dabbing. It looks like Shadow is dabbing his way down the corridor. Oh, fuck, that's funny. Now I can't unsee that. If he dabs more in the show while running, I'm gonna be laughing the whole time. They don't want to replace Maria's killers to random robots. They probably will be random robots now that you say that. So it doesn't look like a bunch of human soldiers killing a little girl, which is pretty brutal. I want to watch that. What's it on? We Netflix or... Wait, what are we meant to watch this on? Did they say it at the end? What are we supposed to watch the show on? God damn it. It keeps telling you when the game's coming out and where to buy it, but nothing about the TV show. Let me look it up on Google. I have a feeling it's not Netflix related, otherwise we definitely know. They know how to sell stuff. Do we watch it online? Comes out late October. Forgot to do your dailies in Wuthering Waves. I think it's an animated short. Oh, so there's no, like... There's no streaming thing. It's just like, we'll probably just have to watch it online or something. Yeah. A preview of episode 1 was released on July. Released at the Anime Expo. Promotion. Those who pre-order the PS4 or 5 version of Generations will also receive an extended cut of the short, including deleted scenes. Well, there you go. If you pre-order it on PlayStation, Genie, you get the goods. You get the director's cut of that show. Excuse me. The series was inspired by the anime Neon Genesis Evangelion and FLCL. Holy shit. They took inspiration from Evangelion and Fully Cooley. That's interesting. I didn't see the Fully Cooley connections, but sure. Not in the trailer anyway. Shadow goes in a goddamn mecha. What, the Evangelion? Oh yeah, there's mecha in FLCL as well. I forgot about that. The mecha that comes out of his head. Sorry, the mecha that's like based on his brother or whatever. When aliens come out of his head. That show's great. I love Fully Cooley. I never saw the follow-up show. They did another season of FLCL like a decade later. Like long after I'd stopped watching anime. So I've never seen the follow-up show. I don't know. I don't even know what it's like. Unfortunately. Hey, is there more Bug Snacks? Wait, something just came up on my relateds for Bug Snacks. Oh, it's a card game. They had a Kickstarter. I got distracted. I thought for a second we were getting more Bug Snacks. Hang on, let's have a look at this. Kickstarter for Bug Snacks, the card game. Bite-sized race to eat your fill. Interesting idea for a card game or a board game, though. Think about it. Where you draw cards of different foods, and that changes your mutant. and then your mutant based on what cards of food it has probably has different abilities. That's clever. Biscoff. Oh, okay, fine. I'll have me some Biscoff, sure. You're not going to see me protesting. I'm weirdly hungry tonight. I had dinner. I had some pad thai. And then I made a slice of peanut butter toast with my coffee. And now I'm like peckish again. I don't know why I'm so peckish. All right, let's check this out. I feel like we have to be Bugsnax fans because when I streamed Bugsnax, we got a visit from one of the voice actors, so that makes us Bugsnax alumni. Oh, more of this. Oh, before I move on, you know how I was saying one of the things I hate about the Sonic movies is that it's on Earth with humans? The other thing I hate about the Sonic movies is they're written like kids' films in that it's full of plot holes in a way that, like, drives me up the wall. Like, the Sonic movies will regularly and constantly forget about what the character's powers and abilities are in order to make scenes happen. Do you remember in Sonic 2, in the second Sonic film, where they go to that cabin in the mountains, and it's full of like some Scandinavian gang, and they end up having to get a map off this guy that's hanging off his belt, and they can't figure out how to do it, so they end up having a dance-off in the cabin, like this Russian dance-off with a bunch of gangster dudes, and they win the dance-off, and they end up getting the map that way. The entire time I was watching that movie, I couldn't believe we were sitting through that. Like, Sonic the Hedgehog could run into that building, grab the map off that guy's belt, and run back out so fast he would never even see it happen. In the first Sonic film, they have that Quicksilver scene where he's running around that bar that's in the middle of a bar fight, and he's running around like doing all that prankster stuff to everybody, but he's going so fast everyone's frozen still in time. While he's drawing mustaches, he's tying shoelaces together. If you can move that fast, you don't have a problem. The scene with the dance-off and stuff should not have happened. He could have run in there, grabbed the thing, and left. And it infuriates me when stuff like that happens, because as someone who's a Sonic fan, anytime they write Sonic or a situation in a way that doesn't make sense, it shits me. I can't really enjoy the movie, because I don't know why the things are happening that are happening. I know they're happening because they want fun things to happen for kids. It's a kids' film. Kids' films are less about logic and more about what do we have to write in order to make a fun scene happen for kids. If they want kids to watch Sonic and Tails do a fun little dance-off, musical number, then you just write any way for that to happen. And logic doesn't really come into it. But as an adult, I want to walk out of the cinema. Like, I'm infuriated by that. In Soviet Russia, dance moved faster than Sonic. Yes, true. That's what was happening. That's the excuse. We'll go with that. We'll make it just funny meme excuse. It's the main villain of any Speedster character. Common problem with Speedster shows. Yeah, it's like Speedsters are kind of OP in general. Like, how do you write Sonic or the Flash or Quicksilver in a way that doesn't break the story? Because things are too easily solved with a Speedster. It's like the way the X-Men movies handle it is you bring in Quicksilver for a fun scene where he gets to do one cool thing, and then you get rid of him. But the problem with that is it makes you ask throughout the rest of the movie, why don't they just go get Quicksilver and solve the problem for them? Then you constantly ask, where's Quicksilver? The movie hopes that you forget he exists. But then the audience asks themselves, well, if you've got this big a problem, why don't you just go get him? Because clearly he'd be able to help solve everything in no time flat. They nerfed and one-shotted him in Phoenix. Yeah. The only time it's not an issue is where a speedster is countered by another speedster. Like that moment in Justice League where the Flash starts to run around Superman, and they have that moment where Superman turns his head in slow motion and actually tracks him. like, that's a cool moment because an obvious advantage of a speedster is being countered in a way that's cool and fun, you know? Like, that works. The rest of the time, not so much. It's kind of shitty. Anyway, let's go back to Bug Snacks.
Hey, buddy! I'm Filbo Fiddlepie, and I want to welcome
Yeah.
you to the world of Bug Snacks. What are
The
bug
fucked up
snacks?
world of
Well,
Bug
they're
Snacks.
kind of bug, kind of snack, and most importantly, they're a card game. Woo!
I'd love to know how this
That's
is played.
right. The folks at Young
I think this would be
Horses
pretty
have
fun.
Turned my life into a fast-paced and casually strategic competition, which is weird, but whatever. Now you and up to 4 of your
good voice
friends
acting.
can compete to see who's the master of
Who, that Shinji voice actor that Jeannie was just mentioning there, who were they voicing in Bug Snacks again? Was it the researcher character with the glasses? It wasn't Filbo. It wasn't the main guy. I'm trying to remember. It eludes me. The memory eludes me.
catching and eating bug snacks. And look, some of your favorite bug snacks are on the field right now.
Oh, it was the researcher with the glasses? Okay, good memory then. I don't remember the name of the character, but I really couldn't remember what character he voiced, and I had just pictured glasses in my head.
Looking tasty, bug.
I'm glad I remembered at least that much.
How do you catch 'em, you ask? You did ask, right? Well, easy. You just need to play enough trap cards to beat their difficulty, and the snack is yours. Though pay attention, some bug snacks have extra abilities
Flying, frosty,
like
spicy.
flying or spicy that make them so hard to catch. But best of all, you can pick a Grumpus like me to play as. You can play Grumpus
mayor.
cards to use
The
all
worst
of
mayor.
my incredible skills, like throwing parties, falling down, and
Falling down is a skill?
lighting the town
Wow.
on fire. Anyway,
Filbo doesn't have many skills.
Once you've got bug snacks in hand, you
I don't know
can
how he
eat them
became
for
mayor.
Points. Be the first to eat 6 points, and you win. Easy, right? Though
Yeah,
if
this is
it's
the
too
Kickstarter for their
easy,
card
you can
game,
always
Tenor.
try advanced mode.
When I saw the
where
thumbnail, I
some
thought it
of
might
the
have been a
Grumpus
sequel, but it's
don't
actually...
recognize.
It's a pretty good Kickstarter video.
Is there a dark
well
and
made.
sinister truth behind these seemingly innocent creatures?
Yes.
Not in the card game, silly. Everything's fine.
Are you sure?
Pre-order today and get your
I'm waiting for the
copy
card
of
game
Bug
to
Snacks,
plot
the
twist
card game.
and mortify the kids.
Eventually. See you
Like the
later,
game
buddy,
did.
And happy hunting.
Oh, you thought I meant a deck builder like a Steam game. No, real, for reals. What was that company? Young Horses. I love their logo. Look at the logo at the bottom of the screen for Young Horses. It's hilarious. Best drawing of a horse I ever seen. That's cool. I feel like if I was a voice actor of a pretty popular niche or famous property like a show or a game, I feel like I'd do the same thing that he does, just kind of like casually hang out on people's streams that are playing the game that I'm in and chat with them about it. I think that sounds so much fun. Maybe I should become a voice actor just so I can, get some of that action. I can pull like the surprise appearance on a stream and be like, "Yep, it's me. I'm the voice of Mayor Fiddleston Cockbum. Ask me anything. We'll have an AIA. Wait, AME. Why did I say AIA? What does that stand for? I want to do something that lets me have an AME, even if it's a Reddit one. It'd be so cool. I've never done anything important enough to be allowed to have an AME of my very own. Sad.
Sad.
Oh, you're right, AMA. What was I saying? AME? Jesus Christ, I keep changing it. I said AIA, then I said AME. Yeah, AMA. See the tree near the road? I voiced it. Yeah. When you drive past the tree and the wind blows through the leaves, I go, Russell. I did the move as well in the voice recording booth. You can't hear any of this, but I have to get into character, you know. A method. Direct time? Yeah, let's get to direct. I was gonna get to direct before this, but I just got distracted by the Bug Snacks thumbnail because I thought we had a sequel coming, and I got excited. Nintendo! So they combined their two showcases into one video this time. We get the Nintendo Direct and the Indie World in one thing. Did they do that because neither of the two were going to have enough content for a standalone video, so they just combined them into one? Indian Partner Showcase. Yeah, but usually that's its own video. What I'm saying is it like, were they both going to be too light on content, so they just put them into one major video with all of it happening at once? They did it because they're planning something big for TGS? Oh, the Tokyo show's... When's that happening? Already? Feels like we just had one. And I don't mean Gamescom. Well, that's exciting. Do you think there's something big for TGS is going to be something Metroid 4 related? Like the first proper full-on reveal of like actual gameplay? Like they're going to show like a whole section or something? Instead of just a teaser trailer, I mean. End of this month? End of August? Oh, wait, September. We just left August. Okay, cool. Let's do it. Just want to get some biscuits into me before we started.
Today's Indie World Showcase and Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase back to back. First up, here's the Indie World Showcase.
What's the first game be? Nintendo Hentai. Oh, cool. Oh, damn it. I thought it was a game.
And welcome to Indie World. I'm Amber.
And I'm Andrew. We're back with more indie games headed to the Nintendo Switch
I don't like
system.
Amber and Andrew.
All right, it's time
They're
to lay
too
our
chipper.
cards on the table.
Sure thing. Wait.
They're too happy
why is
for
there
me.
A Joker in my hand.
Here's the deal.
I was hoping the flipping light bulb thing we were seeing was going to be like a video game that changes art style. But Balatro and The Witcher collab? Wild. People keep telling me to play this game, but I don't know if I'd be into it. It's meant to be like a roguelike poker game. But people say it's really good. I don't really understand how it works, to be honest. Dave the Diver. Apparently Balatro's got all the collabs. Look, there's Among Us. Can you collab with Dead or Alive so we can get some hot chicks on the cards? Please. Vampire Survivors, Among Us, Dave the Diver, and Gwent. Good collection. Surprised Fortnite's not in there.
I ara el pròxim joc neva. El nostre joc és una història de maternitat
Gris.
on els jugadors assumeixen el rol de l'Alba. Començaran la seva aventura al costat d'una petita lloba anomenada
I'm planning to just play Gris on stream at some point.
Els joc mostraran com l'Alba haurà d'encoratjar i protegir
I've
una
got a
jove
free
neva dels
copy of
perills
it.
del seu món. Però al final del joc, una neva més gran i ferotge es convertirà en la protectora de la seva figura materna, l'Alba.
You just want Dead or Alive 7? Hang on. Sorry to pause the sexy European language. Didn't the last Dead or Alive, wasn't that some kind of bullshit modular free-to-play download the characters bullshit thing? I seem to remember the last Dead or Alive did something weird. Like, instead of releasing just one full game as like a standalone like they used to, like 3 and 4, I seem to remember the last one being something bizarre. Like there was a base you could download, but then there was like paid packages of characters and modes. Like they were trying to sell Dead or Alive piecemeal. Like in a modular system, and I hated that. DO6 censored characters? What do you mean censored? Censored how? Do they shrink the titties or something? Oh, it was 5, was it? Yeah, that's where they lost me. I had 4. But I wasn't feeling what they were doing with 5. You know what we really... sorry. You know what we really need? And I want this more than Dead or Alive 7. We need Extreme Beach Volleyball 4. I almost said 3, but then I remembered that 3 was a, like a PlayStation Vita release or something. Okay, so wait, stop numbering them. Instead of Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball 4, do some kind of, like, Extreme Beach Volleyball subtitled spin-off. Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, Land of the Soft Skin Volleyball Girls Cleavage Edition. I'll work on the name. They reworked the outfits because they wanted it to make it more civil. Well, that's not very Dead or Alive of them. That'd be like Mortal Kombat toning down the gore. Dead or Alive has always had titillation as one of their main things. Like the men, even. The dudes are sexy as fuck. Except for Bass. Unless you're into big daddies, big bears. Which some people are. The game had dirt and boob physics as main settings. Yeah, they did. I had Dead or Alive 2 on my Sega Dreamcast. And that was the first one that had the age setting in the menu to make the tits bigger. You turn it all the way up to age 99, which pretty much everybody did. He was supposed to be a dad. I mean, he's literally Tina's dad. So the people in the audience that are into that help me stepbro porn, they're getting stuck in the dryer family stuff, are well served.
De la perspectiva sobre cómo quienes nos protegen eventualmente necesitarán nuestro cariño y cuidados también. Estamos encantados de poder compartir las últimas novedades del juego y esperamos que os unáis a Alba y Neva en su aventura en Nintendo Switch.
Wait. No, I think you're right, Jeannie. I said size, but you're right. It was a physics thing. It just made them more boobalicious in terms of their floppiness, their bounciness. They made characters for all preferences. Yeah, Christy was pretty much the step on me mommy character. Like if you're the kind of person that's into characters like Lady Dimitrescu, then Christy is your go-to. She's the cold bitch assassin that'll step on your neck with high heels and call you a little worm, and you say, yes, ma'am. They had a few too many schoolgirls, to be honest. This does look like something that was made by the people who made Gris. This is very Grissy. Except with cool animal. The animation is so fluid. Like, this shit looks hand-drawn. I mean, it probably is, obviously. Neat. There's a Vegemite creature having a wiggly woo. Even the title treatment is very Gris-like. I hear Gris is a short game. I can do it in like one stream, maybe.
Bizarre insect megacorp that's buzzing with mysteries. In this
Whoa, cool.
RPG, you'll take on the role of
Moth Cubit,
an ordinary employee who's recently received a promotion.
But this is no time to celebrate.
It's got a DDR mode.
A mysterious event known as the final process is looming. Can Moth and his fellow bugs save the company? Or even reality itself?
So you change your size by basically Photoshop resizing yourself?
Bugs from all walks of life, each with a story that's interwoven with Moth.
Not everyone will be friendly, though.
Oh, shit.
Take on enemies in verbal showdowns with multiple dialogue choices, and be sure to bring your fighting words.
So it's got a turn-based battle system that's like Monkey Island's insult sword fighting.
And endings
Awesome.
to unravel. So experiment and see what happens.
Moth Cubit.
There's a lot of different
buzzes
gameplay
onto
mechanics in
Nintendo
this.
Switch next spring.
Hey guys.
Neat.
We're AJ and Dio from Tokyo Productions in Indonesia. We're part of Coffee Talk team, and with our much missed
Why are the others out of focus?
and the original creator Fahmi, we created Coffee Talk and Coffee Talk Episode 2.
Hey everyone, I'm Anna Winterstein,
Oh.
a game designer and a writer. I was the co-writer of Coffee Talk, Hibiscus and Butterfly, alongside Junkie at Toge.
I have both Coffee Talk games for free as well that I could play. One of them was a Games with Gold.
The Japanese translations of both Coffee Talk games.
Today, we are thrilled to announce that we are partnering with Chorus to expand the Coffee Talk world.
It's a game about
We've
chatting
been
with
hard at work
strangers
over the last year
over a cup of
to come up
coffee
with
in a
story
restaurant.
that retains the cozy
What a
elements
concept.
Coffee Talk fans are fond of, but at the
That's
same
what I love about
time
the indie
brings
space.
something new to the table.
And now, we're very proud to announce an exciting new game for Coffee Talk fans.
Coffee Talk
Tokyo!
Oh my god. So I won't be able to play this one because I don't understand Japanese. Wait, that's not as big a... What, Japanese, really? Shouldn't it be sake talk? Shouldn't it be in like a sake bar? I just don't think of Japan when I think coffee culture. You know what I mean? May as well be a furry. Wow, the mechanics are awesome. Look at that. I didn't know you got to actually make and customize coffees. I thought it was just dialogue stuff. There's more game mechanics than I gave this game credit for. Sushi bar. That's a bit different. That's a bit impersonal. That's more like fast food. You go into a sushi bar, you sit down, you grab stuff off the conveyor belt, and you eat your fish. You need more of a alcohol bar or coffee shop vibe, where you sit and hang out in a cozy environment, chatting to people. Sushi bars to me have the same vibe as going to like McDonald's, where you go in and you get your food and you get out.
Content that will take you to new and unexpected places.
Discover a miniature
Oh, the art
clockwork
style,
world
yes.
in the Sea of Stars Throes of the Watchmaker DLC.
Hey!
Gear up for a journey full
Sea of Stars gets
oddities and
DLC.
wonders in
Nice.
which Valir and Zale will have to play by new rules.
This
to
is on
put
my
a
list
stop to a
to
cursed
play on
carnival.
Game Pass.
Zale will transform
I'm ready
into
for
a
it.
skillful juggler, while Valir will
I'm kind of
dazzle
glad I
as an
didn't play it yet, because maybe I should wait for
Together
the DLC
with
to come out.
new playable character Artie, they'll explore new areas and battle through dangerous dungeons in their quest to save the world of Orlage.
So it's
A
adding
malevolent spectacle awaits when
new
this
party
free
characters,
DLC for Sea
a
of
new
Stars
mini
launches
story
on Nintendo
area,
Switch next spring.
and new character classes for the previous characters.
Hey, get out of my swamp!
Sorry, Amber, but just like onions, this swamp
Oh,
has
whoa.
layers of dirt.
Wait a
that
minute.
Need to be blasted away.
Ugh, fine.
Is this is this Is it what the fuck?
In the Shrek Special Pack paid DLC
Yes,
for
look at all those
Power Wash
chickens.
Simulator. Feel
Power Wash
like
Simulator is
an
getting a
all-star
Shrek
as you
DLC?
wash away the grime, covering 5
Incredible.
fairy tale maps from the Shrek
These graphics
universe,
look like shit, though.
including Shrek's very own swamp.
I don't like the way
and
that the Switch version of Power Wash Simulator
Don a
looks.
shiny
This looks
suit of
awful.
Armor with a new night-themed character model, and get your power washing game on when the Shrek Special Pack
Oh, it's
DLC
laggy.
makes a splash on the Nintendo Switch system
Laggy came
this
in and hit
fall.
us with some chickens.
Hi, I'm Sam. And I'm Toby. Our team has
This
been
game
working on
calls
a
to
new
you.
game
I
called
would.
Morsels.
Yeah, I
You
love
play as a mouse
Power Wash
fighting against
Simulator.
the forces of
I
wicked
just don't
cats,
think the Switch
using
version looks
magical
good.
cards to transform into a bunch of weird little monsters. It's a challenging roguelike set in a grungy, whimsical world. When I first
shit
played
moving
Small
water
Souls
gun.
4 years ago,
I want to play
it's a
the
simple
VR
top-down
version
shooter.
of
This is a genre I love.
Power Wash Simulator.
Since then,
I think it would be more
with the
satisfying to
Sam
actually be
and
holding the
we've
gun
been
and
able to turn
spraying
into something
from your
much
hand.
cooler and night efficient. I hope when people play more Souls, they enjoy the frenetic action, but are also charmed by the game's personality.
Look at the cat.
Please enjoy the first ever trailer for our strange little game.
No, no, not the game. Show me more the cat. Oh, damn it. Why not play VR Payday 2? It's Payday in VR. When did they add that? I had no idea. Hey, this has got a lot of personality. I can see the CRT scan lines. Like it's on an old monitor. Look at it. I love that effect. This is a head trip. Rat is on drugs. I think the developers of this game were on drugs. The way they worked in the pigeon's coo into the music with the perfect beat drop, that was amazing. That just sold them a copy. I'll play it. Enter the Gungeon. Ah, do you think it's a roguelike? I wasn't paying enough attention to glean whether this is a roguelike. I don't really want to play too many more roguelikes, so I'm getting a little tired of it. There's just way too many. I'm getting over the genre. This game sense of style is pretty out there though. I'll tip my hat to that. I don't like the meat bus. That's a bit disgusting. Oh, it's Annapurna. Alright, I'll definitely play it.
They say home is where the heart is.
Like, Annapurna is the good shit. I love anything published by Annapurna. I love that company's great. They're right up there with Devolver Digital to me. Can we kill people now? In that previous game, probably. This one, I'm not so sure.
And that's especially true for this next game.
That's right. Household objects, appliances, and even concepts turn into eligible love interests in Date Everything.
What?
A game in which you can
Date everything?
in fact, date pretty much everything.
With
Oh,
100
awesome.
dateable characters, there are plenty of
Oh, shit.
unconventional partners to choose from.
So you can date the vacuum cleaner?
Love with Fabrizio the cabinet.
Alright, I'm on board.
Besties with Shelly the shelf. Or come to despise
She's a shelf?
Doug. Your overwhelming sense of existential dread.
Okay. I know he's meant to be existential dread, but why does my existential dread have an absolutely torqued as fuck body? Look how shredded this dude's abs are. You could date your hand? I mean, don't we all already? Remember the game where you dated your weapons? Yeah, we did play that. What was that called? Girlfriend Dungeon? Boyfriend Dungeon, sorry. It was Boyfriend Dungeon. I'm suddenly into existential dread. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Hang on. Boom. I'm going to send that to some people out of context.
I think I'll pass on Doug. Can I fall in love with a lamp?
No way! Lux the lamp is all mine! But did you know
Oh my
that
god,
you could even
it's a
beat
lamp.
the game
I don't like the
itself?
lamp.
Why don't I introduce you to Textbox-chan?
Engage
You
in
can
flirtatious,
date the
branching
game.
dialogue with these fully voiced characters as you get to know them and
Wow,
form
that's so
meaningful
meta.
relationships.
That guy's meant to be a bobby pin. She's a window. He's a
Bring your
towel
best
rack.
dating game because your
He's a
choices
clock.
could result not just in love, but also in friendship.
I'm
or even
fucking
disdain.
tweaking over here. This is crazy. She's a hamper that you throw your laundry in. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Or even
Goes even deeper. Ready? The chick on the left is the laundry hamper. The guy on the right is the laundry. He is the physical embodiment of your pile of laundry. So he spends most of his time inside her, right? Is that going to be the joke?
Disdain.
Find the object of your affection.
Find a
when
Lamborghini
date
in the game?
everything.
Wait, what was he?
Find the object.
Oh, Volt. He's the power board, or he's the plug in the wall? He might be the embodiment of electricity itself, because he's covered with a lot of examples of electrical
Your
appliances.
affection when Date Everything launches on Nintendo Switch October 24th.
Man, I want to... No, fuck Nintendo Switch. Put it on Steam or something. I don't want to play this on Switch. I do want to play it though. Like this is fucking wild. Who the hell thought of this? Laundry can decombine in a bunch of clothes characters. I think I'm questioning now how this works because, for example, let's say you can date the fridge. Let's say the fridge is a sexy fridge lady. Does that mean every item of food inside the fridge is also another character? So there's characters that are actually inside other characters, and how does that work? I'm actually super confused by that. Who the hell wants a dating sim? Probably the guys that want sex. You'd be surprised, actually. Dating sims do have a big female audience. They can be fun, slightly titillating. I think the comedy value is the best where it lies. I've played some dating sims where they would be boring and I wouldn't have enjoyed them if it wasn't for the sense of humor. I think the best dating sims are like good comedies, like watching a comedy film. Like they're just really funny from start to finish. And that's what kind of keeps you going. Aside from that, the only other times I've enjoyed dating sims is when they're like hentai games, when all the dating simmy parts where you're giving them gifts or choosing dialogue options is just building up to like some porn, some like actual porn, and that's your goal. I don't mind that stuff. I've got a few of those on my Steam account. I don't give a shit who can see it. They're probably going to show a grass simulator game. I played one on my stream, actually. I played Lawn Mowing Simulator 2021, or whatever the date on the end was, where you drive a lawnmower around and cut people's grass. That was fun, man. I enjoyed that. Dating sims are crazy enough you just have concept alone interesting. Yeah, see, that one is riding on its concept, because that's kind of crazy. Another good example would be Hatoful Boyfriend on the PlayStation. Hatoful Boyfriend, you play a chick who goes to a prestigious academy that's full of birds. It's a bird school, and you're the only human that goes to the bird school. So you date birds in the game. You get to choose between a pigeon, a hawk, an owl, a dove, a fucking budgie. Like every single character you can date is basically like a different breed of bird, which is kind of wild. I made a friend of mine play it as a joke. There's a rock simulator where you do nothing. Is that one of those like auto clicker type games? Markiplier, that dating sim that has the Cthulhu Mask Woman and the Lunar Woman. I think I know what game you're talking about. I don't remember the name, but I think I know what game it was. Yeah. There's another one I think Markiplier played that was like, I think it was called Orc Massage, which is kind of like a dating sim, but the mechanics of the game is about you giving people massages in your massage parlor. But that game is actual porn. Like, it has legit gameplay mechanics. Like the massaging stuff is actual legit gameplay. But it does actually lead up to like orcs with big dicks porn scenes that you take part in and press buttons and stuff. So when Markiplier did it, he didn't show that stuff probably. Otherwise he would have got kicked off YouTube.
And I'm Dylan, the game designer of Peglin and the founder of Red Nexus Games. The two of us created the first version of Peglin.
Your friend played it?
In 2019.
Wait, the Cthulhu one that Laggy mentioned, or the Orc Massage one that I was just talking about?
The theme of the jam was fall, and we wanted to create something fun and physicsy. We ended up creating the first version of Peglin's battle system.
When the pandemic started, working on Peglin became a fun and creative escape.
What's a Peglin?
We made cute places and enemies
Explain
for
yourself.
Our little goblin friend to explore.
Oh, the pigeon
We
one,
then
Had
added
for
two of our
Boyfriend.
friends to help speed up development.
There is a setting in the main menu where you could actually switch them to sexy anime boys if you want to play like a normal dating sim, but I think that kind of ruins the weird concept a bit.
And now 4 years later, we're a team of 7, and we're excited to bring Peglin to Nintendo Switch.
What the fuck is a penguin?
The dragons have been stealing your
Oh my
gold
god.
for as long as you can remember.
Oh, it's Peggle.
It's time to delve into the heart
It's
of their
goblin-themed
lair and
Peglin.
exact your revenge with
Sorry,
the power
Peggle.
of pegs.
So goblin,
roguelike
Peglin.
pachinko-inspired
I get it.
RPG, you'll aim orbs and hit pegs to deal damage in turn-based battles. The more
So it's
pegs you
turn-based
hit,
RPG
the more
combat, but you
devastating
play
the blow
Peggle
you'll
in order
deal
to
to your
define the
enemies.
damage output.
Bounce your way to victory with a variety of different
Interesting.
orbs. Some can split into multiple copies. Others will pierce both pegs and enemies. And
Reverse
some will
palm.
even heal you for every peg you
Oh,
hit.
like Pachinko? Oh, man, Pachinko's its own thing. Pachinko's been famous forever, especially in Japan.
Too. They
You can go to
explode,
Pachinko parlors where you can
help
gamble on this
unlock
shit.
the critical power of your orbs and more.
Did you watch Love, Death, and Robots? Yes, I did. Both seasons. I love Love, Death, and Robots. That show was sick. Not Mark Miller. Tim Miller, that's one of the producers of Love, Death, and Robots, is behind that secret level show where every episode is based on a game. They said Pachinko inspired, so what the fuck is Peggle? Peggle is like the Pachinko game. Came out on PS3 and Xbox One. PS4 and Xbox One, sorry. And most people played it as a digital download. I've got Peggle 1. There's a 2 as well. But this game seems to be riffing on the name. Peggle, Peglin. You play as a goblin. Goblin plus Peggle equals Peglin. They didn't mention the name Peggle in here because that's a competitor. That's like copyright. But the name is too similar to not be. I heard that there might not ever be a season 3 to Love, Death, and Robots, which is sad. Because I want to see more of that. But at least we're getting that secret level thing, which is the same thing but just video games. So I'm pretty keen for that.
With careful planning and aiming, you can create some spectacular combos.
Relics will
Combos.
change your game too.
Oh, a good example of the difference between Peggle and Pachinko is like how some people call those puzzles that I like nonograms, but in some places they call them Picross. And there's another name for it as well that I'm skimping on. Hang on. I think in Japan they're called nonograms, and then in the West, when Nintendo made their version for handhelds, the general public in Western countries started to know it as Picross. But the thing with the name Picross is that even though more of the world knows that puzzle as Picross, it's actually a nonogram, and it's just the fact that Picross was a more branded name of a specific company's version of the game, and more Western countries got to know it as Picross instead. So that tends to cause some confusion. But there's also a third name for it that I'm forgetting. Yeah. I can't remember.
Ooh. Equip these rare passive power-ups to prevent lethal damage or turn pegs into bombs. Just to name a few. Each run presents new opportunities for possible combinations.
You can play Pachinko in the Yakuza games and in Shenmue as well.
Onto Nintendo Switch as a timed console exclusive later
I don't
today.
find it a very enthralling concept for a gambling arcade machine. I don't know why it's so famous in Japan. The cool thing about the Japanese ones, though, is instead of happening on a screen or being the controls being out of your control, in Japan pachinko parlors, in the same way when you go into an arcade and you give them money for tokens, and the tokens go into the arcade machines, in pachinko parlors they give you a bucket of balls. You get a little bucket of little metal balls, and how many balls you get are based on like what package you buy. The bigger packages, the bigger bucket of balls. And you basically go around between pachinko machines and you just put your little ball bearings in the top of the machine and let them fall down and bounce through all the things. And wherever it lands and what combo of things it hits on the way down confirms your prize or your payout. Which I think is pretty interesting. I just think that's a little pachinko ball, a little tiny ball bearing is a very easy thing to lose. And I have a feeling that those balls getting everywhere in urban centers in Japan is probably a bit of a trash issue. One-Handed Bandit is not the most exciting game too. Well, I just never was enthralled by the idea of putting a ball into a machine and watching it bounce around from gravity till it gets to the bottom. You may as well just pull a slot machine and watch a bunch of things spin. It's, simpler, more straightforward.
Hi, Nintendo players. What is this?
This looks like a Steam game. This looks like an indie Steam game completely. You can buy a house. Is this a life sim but with just really shit graphics? Also reminds me a bit of what's that game called? People Fall Flat? Man Fall Flat? Player Fall Flat? What's it called? Human Fall Flat. Wobbly Life. Oh, it is a life sim. Okay. Weird.
Follow my lead and
Yeah,
watch out
Human
for the
Fall Flat.
caterpillar.
I got there eventually.
We're doing great so far. Hey, careful! There's a...
They didn't put much graphics into this game.
Scoot. Scoot.
Jump!
Pico, is that what this is? Pico Park?
Good thing we're tied together.
Look, a key. Let's grab it.
Hey, don't jump on my head.
I'm going in.
Oh! All right, let's slow it down. And jump!
Got it.
Yay!
We make a great team. Now let's try it with 8 players.
Oh boy!
8?
As you can see, cooperation
Oh,
is
okay, this is
key
kind of cool, I
in
guess.
this puzzle platformer.
What about everybody else?
Up to 8 players need to work together
Pico
to
Park
navigate
2.
levels full of ledges, cliffs,
I didn't know there was a
and
1.
other obstacles.
Use strategic stacking.
This game ruins
coordinated
friendships. Did you play the
movement,
first
and
one,
puzzle-solving
Tenor?
skills to find
With your
all
friends?
the keys and reach
The ones
every
you used to
level's
have?
exit. There
Until
are
you
more than
played this?
60 levels, and each one can be completed no matter how many players you have on your side.
Think it'll be a walk in the park?
That's cute.
Think again. Even greater challenges await in dark mode, where your skills and your friendships will be put to the ultimate test.
Get ready for multiplayer
wow.
mischief when Pico Park 2 jumps onto Nintendo Switch as a timed console exclusive later today.
Looks like it's still threatening friendships to me.
Can't get enough indies? Here are some more titles headed to the Nintendo Switch system in the near future.
Yeah. Shovel Knight. Shovel of Hope DX. What's the DX for? That's the kind of thing you put on the end of a game when it's like a remaster of a handheld. Europa? I remember this. We've seen this a few times. I remember mentioning that this guy reminds me of Gaara from Naruto. Cuisineer. Terrible name. Hate saying it. I can see what you were going for, but it doesn't work. Game is fun. Different levels of pretty unique mechanics. Sweet. On Your Tail. Oh, this we've seen as well. A detective murder mystery game, but set in a town full of furries. Metal Slug Tactics. Nice. Art style is peak. Perfect marriage of Metal Slug's graphics and Final Fantasy Tactics graphics. Plucky Squire, I think, is one of the most amazing games I've ever seen visually. This game looks incredible.
Okay, that's all for today's show.
I kind of want to see more of that.
Oh, where'd you get that pizza?
I found it
You
in
saw
that
streams
tower
of
over there.
Cuisineer?
Tower?
I hate that name so much. It's probably been in early access for ages. Pizza Tower! Popping off. This is like one of the indie success stories of the year. A lot of people are mad that this didn't win Indie Game of the Year. Especially since Sea of Stars had like a bigger producer helping funding it. So some people still feel that that shouldn't have been eligible for Indie Game of the Year. I don't think anyone would have been mad if it went to Pizza Tower. People love this game. It's got so much personality too. Music is pretty solid. Love the soundtrack. Reminds you of Earthworm Jim from the Sega era. Yeah, it's got a little bit of that twisted sense of humor to it. And the visual style as well. It's a bit wacky.
That's all for today's Indie World. We hope you enjoyed today's showcase.
As always, a
What
big
was
thank
next?
you to our indie community
Partner
and
showcase?
partners making games for Nintendo Switch.
Follow our official Indie World account to stay up to date on all things indie on the Nintendo Switch system. Stick around for more exciting news and updates in today's Nintendo
The sun's
Direct
coming up
Partner
outside my window.
Showcase,
Whoops.
Starting right now. Until next time, happy gaming.
I don't like Nintendo's overly happy announcer presenter stuff that they do. I know they're trying to go for young audience, family-friendly shit, but it's like, they're a bit too chipper. Us adults that are dealing with nihilism and depression are
Hello,
rubbed the wrong way
everyone.
by that stuff.
Welcome to today's Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase. In this
Yeah.
presentation, we'll be focusing on Nintendo Switch games launching in the second half of 2024 from our publishing and development partners. Okay, let's get into the headlines. These games are falling into place.
Tetris, yay! Oh god, it is Tetris.
Celebrate the 40th anniversary of Tetris with a compilation.
You know that the trailer for that pachinko game we just saw, where it's like you're playing pachinko in order to set the damage output for your turn-based combat game happening at the top? There's a game exactly like that for match 3 games. You know, like the Candy Crush type stuff. We saw it in Summer Game Fest, I think, a trailer for it, where you're having turn-based combat at the bottom of the screen, but at the top of the screen, you're actually playing like a Candy Crush match 3 game in order to set... I forget what the game was called or what the theme was. I think the stuff you were combining at the top was like luggage or something. There was some kind of theme to it, but it's amazing how many cross-genre games like that we're getting, where they take one genre and smush it together with another, with a unique central mechanic that combines the two.
Experience the 1988 Famicom version of Tetris.
Cool.
Chain combos using explosions in
Playing
Tetris
games like
2
that.
plus
Yeah, those go
balls.
way back to PSP even. There was one on PSP that I had that did that.
Use special moves to win in Tetris Battle Guided.
But now we're going to get a pachinko one.
And more in this interactive museum, including the games shown here. In addition,
That's
enjoy the
too much
brand new
Tetris.
Tetris Time Warp, where you'll jump between gameplay styles from across the series.
I love the Game Boy one, the third one.
You can also watch new documentary
Nostalgia.
clips about the history of Tetris and its key players. Tetris Forever drops onto the Nintendo Switch system this year. Plus, the NES version of Tetris is coming to Nintendo Switch Online this winter.
Even the oldest Tetris still had the coolest music.
And be on the lookout for a Tetris 99 Maximus Cup event, also coming this winter.
I remember Tetris 99. That's like a battle royale
Speed into the
Tetris where
unknown.
100 people play it all at once and they drop out as they lose. Last
Journey
player
to the
standing
galaxy's
wins.
depths in this high-speed sci-fi adventure. After receiving a mysterious distress signal, you'll
Star
venture through a
Overdrive.
massive alien world to
Oh, this looks
reunite with
cool.
your beloved. Ride the stylish hoverboard to
Oh,
explore
sick.
stunning landscapes filled with all sorts of alien
Oh, awesome.
structures, from scorching sands to wavy waters. Each area will challenge your traversal skills.
I like
Along the
this.
way, you'll face enemies in frenetic melee combat.
It reminds me of
Unlocking skills and combining different abilities,
that game
you
that's
can
I
find
played
more
on stream where you,
creative
that's set
ways
in the
to
desert,
overcome
where you drive a little
foes. You can
hovercraft
also
around.
customize the hoverboard to match your riding
The
style.
one that was cell shaded.
Solve puzzles and gather resources to boost its speed, steering, gravity, and more. Whether you're racing through terrain at high speeds or
I think it
in the
started with an
throes
S.
of combat, the hoverboard will be there to help you. Leave no stone unturned as you explore every corner
This
of
looks fun
vast
as.
planet. You never
I
know
wonder if this is
what
coming to more than
or
just the Switch.
who you'll find. Star Overdrive
Awesome.
launches as a timed exclusive on Nintendo Switch.
There's a game where you play as a cat on a skateboard and kill
Do
mutants.
whatever
Oh yeah, I
floats your
remember that. It was third person,
Welcome
and it was
to the
kind of
vast
gory.
island of San Angora, where you'll take on
Oh.
the role of a goat.
Oh, similar to 3.
We're not kidding. In this sprawling sandbox
Switch
adventure,
gets everything so
you'll
late.
headbutt,
Oh my god, look how bad it
and
looks.
explode your way across the
Good
island,
lord, Switch.
wreak havoc on anything and everything
Sometimes I
you
forget,
find. Wanna
even though
drive
there's some
around
really
town,
good games on
join a
Switch, I
yoga
sometimes
class,
forget how
antagonize the locals?
behind
You
the
can do
hardware
all of
is.
that and more. Complete quests and gain karma to progress the story and unlock customization.
And we're getting a
options.
Goat Simulator
From
3
fashionable
remaster soon.
nonsense like
Sorry, Goat
floral
Simulator 1.
shirts and inflatable tubes to goat variants, including tall, angry, and even tasty goats. So buckle up and grab your fashion style by the horns. And you're not the only belligerent Billy around here. Unleash all sorts of bad mischief.
It's just the kind of game people generally want to play on a Switch, though. It's very
You're
Steam.
ready to hoof it because the
It's
digital
like a
version of Goat
bad
Simulator
physics
3
fuck-around game.
rams its way onto Nintendo eShop later
You never
today.
played Goat Simulator?
The physical
I played the
version of
first
game
one.
Launches on Nintendo Switch this
It's
November.
funny. But that's the point. Like, it's good as long as you're still laughing at it. Once it stops being funny, there's nothing to do. It's kind of pointless. Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky. The first. What's with the first thing? Oh, is this being remastered for Switch? Star Wars Hunters. Meh. Hero Shooters, boo. Is it a remake, is it? Yeah, I was wondering what the first on the end meant. It sounded like it was a remake or a remaster of some kind. That game looked like shit as well. Some games just don't look like they belong on a Switch. You can never go wrong with Worms, though. Another game that takes me back to my childhood. Disney Dreamlight Valley. I could play this on Game Pass if I want. It's there. Hey, the girl from Encanto was there. That's cool. I didn't know she was in Disney Dreamlight Valley.
Is this SpongeBob? No. This is
I guess.
Patrick. The silly sea star from SpongeBob SquarePants stars in this
Patrick's getting his own game?
sandbox adventure. Bikini Bottom is your
Cool.
oyster. Make some hilarious
It's open
mayhem
world
by
physics.
performing whimsical skydives,
Insanity.
digging up treasure in the dump, or even blowing off steam in Mrs. Puff's rage room. Experiment with items you find, from exploding pies.
This seems fitting for a Patrick game.
To make the world more Patrick-y. And he's not the only familiar face here.
They didn't linger on that
Challenges from SpongeBob, Sandy,
on that RPG very long.
and more.
The Sky one. They showed that for like seconds, and then they moved on.
Step into Patrick's shorts and the inner machinations of his mind. When
They should have called the game that.
SpongeBob
SpongeBob SquarePants
Star
Patrick
Game
Shorts.
launches on Nintendo Switch October 4th.
Wait. Fail. Fail. Tanner, whose video game company logo is in the top left of the screen right now for the Patrick Star game? I'll give you a second to read the screen while I have a bit of water. Patrick Star game confirmed trash. But also now we have to play it. I gotta do my part for trash games.
Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop. Ready for your very
Fucking
own
OG
personal
games,
trainer?
I swear. Oh no.
Okay, let's
Exercise.
get started. Ready? 1, 2, jump.
The latest
Punch
entry
me.
in the fitness boxing
Domestic
series
abuse is a good way to stay
punching its
fit.
way onto Nintendo Switch. Newly added features make it
Why is it all
easier to
punching?
train more regularly. Use Quick Workout to jump into
Oh,
an
it's just
exercise
fucking
program right after launching the game.
CrossFit.
But it looks like you've got more in you.
Once you're done, try going
Well,
the distance.
the trainers are kind of cute. They're a bit too happy about working out though.
Drills. You'll practice with your instructor at your own pace.
I get really miserable when I work out. Pain and
And
tiredness.
in Sit
Not
Fit
fun.
Boxing, you can complete exercise programs
Yeah, they
while
do look
seated
like
for a
Tekken
different
characters.
training experience.
I was wondering why I was getting this weird Uncanny Valley thing with their
Songs are included.
character models.
There are also 6 instructors, including 2 new ones. Plus,
Yay.
you can change their hairstyles. Let
You
them
can dress
motivate
them?
you
Why?
as you work toward your goals.
Nice.
Fitness Boxing 3.
I feel like I would go
Your
with a female
personal
trainer just because it would give me
launches
extra
on the
motivation
Nintendo
not to
Switch
make a
system
fool of myself.
December 5th.
I wouldn't want to look stupid in front of the lady.
This is going to be a match to remember.
Cool.
8 Capcom fighting games are brawling their way
Oh,
onto
it's a
Nintendo
compilation.
Switch in one collection. Here's the complete roster of
Yeah, what's the
games.
point of playing a
Capcom
fitness
versus SNK, Millennium
exercise
Fight
game if you
2000
can't change the
Pro.
hair of your instructor?
Capcom versus SNK
Fail.
2, Mark of the Millennium 2001.
Like you can in real life.
Project Justice.
Imagine go to the gym and before you allow the trainer to work with you, you have to do their hair.
Evolution. Street Fighter Alpha 3 Upper.
But that
Plasma
chick had
Sword,
some
Nightmare of
glutes
Pilstein.
on her. The one with the pigtails.
Power Stone.
Power Stone!
And Power
Now we're
Stone
talking.
2.
Yeah, baby. Fuck Street Fighter. And Capcom in general. Power Stone.
Each game has its own training mode and is playable online.
Nah, man, Power Stone.
You can also visit the museum to
Hey,
enjoy
what's up?
artwork
What's up? What's up?
and music from each game. Capcom Fighting
Me had video,
2
also Power Stone.
launches on Nintendo Switch
Dude, I had Power Stone on the
next year.
Dreamcast. It was so good.
Jump
I have
into
it.
the fray
I still have my
when
Dreamcast
Marvel
games.
vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics Hyper combos its way onto Nintendo Switch September 12th.
Power Stone is Capcom. I know. I'm just saying fuck all the other Capcom stuff.
On Nintendo eShop.
I just want to play Power
The
Stone.
physical version of the game launches on Nintendo Switch November 22nd.
Fatal Fury, Final Fight, Street Fighter, you can all go jump in the bin.
Look at this.
We're a Power Stone house up in this piece. Our Mika, you need to see her in the latest SF. Oh, is she in it? I don't remember seeing her in the trailer. Is this Wuthering? Are we on one of those right now? Should see if they're worth money. Yeah, I've got probably like 150 Dreamcast games on the shelf, on my retro shelf, all in the crystal cases, including accessories. I've got the Dreamcast fishing rod. I've got the Dreamcast light guns. I've got the Dreamcast VMUs. Yeah, I used to play Sega bass fishing with the Dreamcast fishing rod. It was dope. I don't care about fishing in real life. I don't like fishing. But Sega bass fishing was hilarious because whenever a fish bit onto your line, it would start like this wild cock rock music, like a guitar solo would kick in and it would get really action packed. It was so awesome. Oh, I've got the Samba de Amigo maracas for Dreamcast as well. Those are dope. What is this? She's adorable. Atelier Yumi. Oh, it's an Atelier game. Dem Alchemist games. She's upside down in the
You're
poster.
looking forward to the newest entry in the Atelier series, featuring a
They've
brand new
changed.
protagonist.
They have.
All right, let's see some more headlines. Adventures and allies await in these
Can we see more
Nintendo
Metroid
Switch
Prime
games.
4, please? Oh wait, no, this is the
HD
partner
remasters
showcase.
of the first two
We're not going to
Suikoden
see
games are coming
first
to
party.
Nintendo Switch in one bundle.
Damn.
Meet and befriend up to 108 allies in these
You
turn-based
miss old Nintendo
RPGs.
Power comics?
During your travels, you can
I used to get the
strengthen your home
magazine.
base and expand
Nintendo
your spheres
Power.
of influence while fighting for your cause. This
They would always
collection
have like
has new
cheat codes and
support
stuff in them.
features, like the ability to speed up combat and automate battles with a
Or like
single
little
button.
game guides.
Suikoden 1 and 2 HD
And that was before the
Remastered.
internet, so you needed that if you needed to know like secrets in games.
Launches on Nintendo Switch March
They should
6th,
bring it back.
2025.
They can't really.
The HD 2D remake of Dragon Quest
Time has moved
III
on.
draws
Technology
near.
has moved on.
After gathering your companions and selecting their vocations,
Dragon
you can
Quest.
now customize their appearance, voice,
Fuck yeah.
and more. With the new Monster Wrangler vocation, you can use
Look at that
monster-like
environment.
abilities to fight enemies
Pretty.
and heal allies. There may also be places where you can put monsters
Slimes.
to use, but that's for
Kick it.
another time. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake ventures onto Nintendo Switch.
HD 2D
November
remake
14th.
is a bit of a mouthful.
Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop.
They could sell them at
Three
$5 as
Castlevania
collector's items or
games
something.
originally released
I
on the
suppose, but there's
Nintendo
probably not
DS
much of a
system.
margin for profit in that
Dawn of Sorrow,
to
Torture
make all
of
the effort
Ruin,
worth it.
and Order of Ecclesia. Rise
Just to be so
again in a
niche as well,
single
only certain
collection.
people would like that.
Arcade classic Haunted
Hey, there's that
Castle is also
Castlevania
included,
collection. Is that the one you were talking
featuring
about,
the
Genie?
original and a reimagined version. Plus, there's a gallery that includes exclusive art and a music player.
Sick.
Castlevania
Sick.
Dominus Collection launches on the Nintendo Switch system later today. Build something you believe in.
Oh, here we go. Building games.
Award-winning strategy
City builders.
series returns with Sid Meier's
Oh.
Civilization 7.
I was hoping for something a bit more
As one of
Nintendo-y.
many legendary historical figures, including
If we're gonna
newly
play
added
Civilization,
such
we're
as
gonna play it on the
Queen Yumiko.
computer, obviously.
Friendship is her strength,
No one's playing
and
this
she
on a
can
Switch.
initiate
Are you
diplomatic
crazy?
endeavors that help you research new technologies, expand your territory.
You want a new version of Wii
establish your
Sports
empire
Resort?
across the
You might be
map,
the only one, what's up?
conquer or cooperate with
People
rival
generally don't
civilizations.
seem to like the
You
Wii
can
Sports stuff
even
anymore.
create your own path through history by
It just gets
choosing
bought by
different
families with
civs
kids and
with
stuff.
each new age. In the modern age, you can evolve your
When I finally
empire
crack
into
open my
Age
Switch, I should try the new Wii Sports on that,
known for its
actually.
scientific strength
I'd like to
and
try them all,
military
see what they're like.
force. Plus, you and your friends can see your kingdoms
There's a huge
collide
market
in
for it?
online or local play.
Are you sure?
Can you create an empire that stands the
Most
test
people
of
I
time?
knew with Nintendo
Turn the
consoles that
page
had
on a
Wii Sports games,
revolutionary new chapter
they had them
when
because they got them for
Sid
free
Meier's
in the package.
Civilization 7 launches on the Nintendo Switch system February 11th. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop.
Yeah. Moving on.
Forge bonds transcending time.
Oh, this looks cool.
Celebrate
Art
the
style
30th
ahead.
anniversary of the Tales of series with a remaster of the
Oh, it's
action
a Tales
RPG
game.
Tales of Grace's F.
I don't like the name much.
When
Grace's
the
F.
protagonist Asbel and Prince Richard meet Sophie as children.
We will always be friends.
That hair
The
is
three
so
soon
long.
become
Her
lifelong
pigtails are
friends.
almost dragging on the floor. In the dirt.
Several years have since passed. With their
Yeah, I
strong
feel like
friendship and desire
in
to
modern
protect
times,
their loved
the letters
ones,
L and
the
F are
now
kind of ruined
grown-up
now
trio
because they
get
both mean
entangled in
bad
a
things.
conflict that will determine the fate of the
Imagine
world.
calling your game L.
This remaster adds enhancements like destination
All the bad
icons
reviews are going to have a
and
field day.
toggling enemy encounters, as well as downloadable content.
You're an
from the
L. Yeah,
original
exactly.
game.
Like if Tales of Grace's F got a bad review, you could riff on, in the headline, you could riff on something to do with the F being like the grade, the quality grade.
Tales of Grace's F.
Tales of Grace's F
Remastered
is a real,
launches on Nintendo Switch
is a real F
January
grade.
17th.
Yeah, that's not very good, but
Two
they can come up with something
adorable
more creative.
adventures, one cozy bundle.
My Sims? Doesn't really have the same vibe when you have chibi Sims. I tried an old My Sims game on like the, I think it was the GameCube or the Wii or something. It just wasn't the same. Several years have passed and Sophia didn't change at all. You mean Civ? I haven't paid enough attention to the latest Civ games. The last one I played was Revolutions on the console, just to see what that would be like, because it was so different. Didn't Sims come out 24 years ago? What, the original? Oh, there's been tons of Sims. For a long time. There's only ever been one of these, though. The My Sims thing made for Nintendo consoles. And I tried the old one ages ago, and it was just meh. It doesn't have anywhere near the complexity of a normal Sims game.
Think you've
Oh my
got
god,
what it
here comes
takes to manage
Fazbear.
this perilous pizzeria? Test your skills
Help
and
wanted
your
too.
nerves in this first-person horror game. As the newest employee of
Is this
Freddy
only the
Fazbear's
second time that
Pizzeria, you'll have plenty of job
that Five
duties,
Nights at Freddy's has
such
done one of
as
these first-person
helping performers prep for a
exploration
show in
games?
the Pizzaplex salon, getting high scores by playing nostalgic arcade minigames.
I feel like this should be in VR.
Hopping
This
on
feels like a VR
attractions
game.
Like a log ride. Sounds easy enough, right? But you'll be doing all of this while avoiding animatronic atrocities
Oh my
along
God.
the way. Become a Fazbear entertainment superstar in Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2. Launching on
This
Nintendo
definitely
Switch
feels like it should
this
be a
holiday.
VR game.
And if you're looking for more adventures in the Mega Pizzaplex,
It does look like a VR minigame.
help Cassie find her friend
Totally.
and escape the ruins in this free story DLC for Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, launching on Nintendo Switch.
Oh, Security
this
Breach was
holiday.
the other first-person one, where you walk around and explore and
Let's
stuff.
check out some Nintendo Switch games.
So just
launching in
Help
time for
Wanted
the
and
holidays.
Security Breach are I think the only spin-offs that have done that. Oh, Epic Mickey is getting a remaster. That's actually kind of cool because I missed it originally on the Wii. I wanted to play it, but I never got a chance to. There's the Hobbit game. A Shire life sim. Good idea. Very good idea for a game. They should have done this already. Just Dance. Gonna get fucked. I'm a Dance Central man. Harmonix every day. I'm curious about this Funko game. I'm not a Funko collector, but I want to know what they're gonna do with the game, and if it'll be as fun as the Lego games, for example. What about Sister Location? Was Sister Location a open world first person game? Lego Horizon. The most random Lego collab I've ever seen. Can we do Lego God of War? That would be cool. Dragons. Anime. Fuck her up. Foreplay. They're gonna bang later. That's how anime works. First you're fighting some hot chick on a dragon, the next minute you're hooking up.
After a calamity
Anime.
struck, the energy sources known as runes ceased to exist, and the land fell into decline.
Oh, it's Rune
In
Factory.
this fresh take on the Rune Factory
That was a
series,
fucking crazy
step
intro
into
for a Rune
bigger
Factory game.
adventure than ever before.
I'm a little
As an
confused
earth
by this.
dancer, you'll channel the spiritual powers of nature through dance.
What?
Use the sacred drum to
Dude,
help crops grow faster.
Rune Factory is just Harvest Moon.
And the
With more
sacred
dungeon
parasol
crawling.
to summon rain.
What has this turned into?
These treasures and your earth dancer abilities can revitalize the land.
It looks like a one of those
Restore this once
gacha type
fruitful region to
RPGs.
cultivate fields, construct houses, and more to
Yeah,
revive
Rune Factory's got
nature
kinda-
and establish
Kind of a
prospering
bit crazy
villages.
here.
Venture
The city
through
building
the
is
enchanting lands of
got the
Azumath.
similar vibe to Dark Cloud.
Beware, monsters may lie
The
in
simplicity of it.
wait. Harness your earth dancer abilities to confront them and restore certain monsters
How
to their
many
human
streamers are going to
forms.
play GTA 6 when it comes out? Probably too many. Hopefully there's a lot of counter programming when that happens. Because not everyone's going to want to watch a bunch of people play GTA 6.
Get to know the
Like,
community around you and
hopefully
deepen
some
your
people are still playing
relationships
other
to find
games for those who don't want to watch
friendship or even
GTA.
romance. Who knows?
But all the
Wedding
big
could
streamers are
even
probably going to be
on
doing
the
it.
horizon.
So if you watch big streamers, you're going to have no choice but to watch
Experience a
GTA.
beloved series reimagined.
I probably won't be playing it. Not at first.
In Rune Factory, Guardians
First
of
week it's going to be
Azumath,
everywhere.
launching on
Yeah, it's going to
Nintendo
be.
Switch next spring.
The only reason I won't be playing it is because I'm too poor to
will be our
buy a
last
a
announcement.
big game like that for
Please
full
take a
price.
look.
Life is sad and poor. We don't get to play GTA 6 day one.
Immerse yourself in the story that
Let's play
started the
Yakuza.
epic saga
Next best
in
thing.
Yakuza Kiwami.
Hell yeah.
Meet Kazuma Kiryu,
Not on the Switch,
a
though.
Yakuza
I ain't
accused
playing
of
Yakuza on
murdering
the
his
Switch.
clan's patriarch.
This game's too
And
big, it's gonna be
Haruka,
jank.
A young girl on the run. Two individuals whose fates intertwine. Set in Kamurocho, Japan's largest entertainment district.
Maybe I can
Kiryu
get the
must
game
navigate
gifted to me when it
twists and
comes out.
turns
Maybe
of
someone will be
Tokyo's
nice enough to give me a
underworld
copy of
while
GTA
confronting
6.
rival gangs. Swap between 4 fighting styles in real-time combat. Fight bare knuckle. Or arm
I played
yourself
the
with
original
makeshift
Yakuza,
weapons
the first one
and
on
go up
PS2,
against anything in your
but this
way.
Kiwami game
There are also
is
plenty
like
of
a fully
distractions to be
remade version
found
of
in
it, which I
Kamurocho.
haven't played.
So take a break from brawling every once in a while.
How much is it going to be? Very expensive. It's going to be the most expensive game. In fact, Rockstar even confirmed that. They're going to be selling that thing for full price. Because they know they're going to make that money. You played only Judgment? Oh, really? So the only Yakuza type game you've played is not even a Yakuza game. It's a spin-off. I like the Yakuza games. They're awesome. What are we watching now? It's a montage of everything we just saw. Why? Nintendo. Oh, are we done? Oh, that was the outro. I thought we were about to go into another section. Wow, that was a very quick 40 minutes. 42 minutes. That flew by. Even though the sun just came up outside. From all mentioned games, Sean will 100% play only one. Oh, the Patrick Star one? Well, let's see if they bring it to Game Pass, because OG games tend to come to Game Pass a lot. But this one might be specifically made for the Switch, like as an exclusive, so we'll have to see. What's this? New edit from some editor. It's really good. Star Wars Underworld, what the fuck? Swift. Montage of Underworld Star Wars stuff. Oh, really? Star Wars finds it very hard to focus on the Underworld stuff without bringing a Jedi into it at some point. Unfortunately.
The galaxy is a dangerous place to be on your own.
Are they going to show footage from that cancelled,
scum and villainy.
what was that cancelled bounty hunter game? 3131 or something?
I've been running scams on the street since I was 10.
Oh, they're mostly going to use live action.
I was 13 when I went in. We built a lot of.
They're going to be using a lot of footage from Andor, I bet. Because Andor's full of that stuff.
You all should be working.
There is no work.
So many children have no light in which to read or study at night. The Republic has always funded basic services.
Andor is probably the best
doesn't exist out here.
Star Wars-based TV show that Disney Plus has done so far.
Your freedom.
Because it's a real story with real characters. Nothing about it feels fake or silly.
Tell me. I really need this. You want to win and walk away.
Make the best deal for yourself and survive.
You don't survive in the outer rim.
Oh, they showed some animation from Clone Wars.
That's because you don't
So it's not just live action.
If you come with me, you're in this life.
What's the music from?
The underworld shows no mercy.
Sounds familiar.
For me, it's worth the risk.
Good God, she's yellow. It's the most
Your
yellow
name
Twi'lek I've ever seen. She looks like an Oscar statue.
Legendary.
We can get our own ship.
See the galaxy, all of it.
We won't have to take
Was that
orders
Ming-Na?
or be kicked around by
Yeah.
anyone.
What's the offer? Big stakes, big danger.
Twas her.
It's an opportunity to make millions.
She's in Star Wars, you didn't know that? It was in
Who wouldn't want to be
Mandalorian, right? This is from Mandalorian. Remember this guy.
I admire anyone who can crawl their way out of the sewer.
How did you get out?
Public credits. Queen of Dragons. I forgot Emilia Clarke was in that Han Solo movie. I totally forgot about that.
I want my next job. Take some time off.
Don't forget the Pizzos.
Enjoy yourself.
Naked.
If you can make it through your day and still sleep at night,
You have nothing, and you sleep like a stone.
you're doing better than most.
Hey, Bill Burr.
Yeah, look.
Bill Burr had
whole
the
damn galaxy doing
best
it.
scene with the best acting
But
in
eventually,
the entirety of Mandalorian,
runs out.
that Mandalorian season.
I'm not leaving my fate up to chance.
Nor am I.
It's disposable. That's the advantage of renting. No mistakes this time. Trust me.
There's that New Zealand accent.
Trust me one more time, you see what happens. Bounty hunting is a complicated profession. Don't you agree?
He has got the most amazing voice.
And what he'll expect of me.
Werner.
You are but one piece.
I love hearing his voice say anything.
These people are not your friends. They all hate you.
He's like the best part of the trailer
You're a legend.
for Mandalorian. Just hearing his voice say those lines.
Anything else is weakness.
What was next for Star Wars?
Everyone.
Movie or TV show? Because there is a Rey movie planned, but I don't know what's going on with that.
Be disappointed.
Every man for himself.
The next TV show might be Skeleton Crew.
Riches will be ours.
Sounds like a lonely way to live.
We watched the Skeleton Crew trailer during Comic-Con, actually. That was good. That was like Space Goonies. I liked it.
A job that was avoidable. How many lives could have been saved? How much money could have been made?
Then you and I would be out of work.
I'm tired of our kind dying because of
I love how this is in parts as well, like a 3-act structure.
You're just doing
That's
this
cute.
for the money.
You're not here to save anybody but yourself.
It's just another job to you.
You're a crime boss, just like the rest of them.
You scam, you borrow, you lie.
You're just like me. We were born in the hole, and all we know is climbing over somebody else to get out. We could be the winners here.
They are using a lot of Andor footage.
That's what you always see. Well, take care of yourself. I guess that's what you're best at, isn't it?
I never asked to be.
I love the sound quality change when it goes to the old movies.
You'll never know what it's like.
Like the audio recording quality of the old Star Wars films is noticeably shittier compared to today's standards.
I'm not judging you. Everything you've been through, everything that was taken away from you before you even started.
You lost what's going on here? Oh, there's nothing specific going on. It's basically vibes. The difference between the 3 acts is just different escalating moods and emotions. There's no, like, cohesive plot. It's just stuff.
Wouldn't you rather give it all at once to something?
It's experiential, Tenor.
And carve off useless
Gonna see the new
pieces
World
to
War
lose
II
nothing
drama?
but-
There's always a new World War II drama. You gotta be more specific than that. Normally I would say probably not until some random point where I just accidentally do. Like, do you remember when...
I want. I'll fight.
Do you remember when, what was that awesome movie with the single take thing throughout the whole thing? Was it 1942 or 1943? Is that what the movie was called? Something like that. The one where the guy had to get to the front lines and deliver the message to stop the attack. And the whole movie was told like it was one long, unbroken take, just following the soldier with no edits. Obviously there were edits, like it was all hidden, but like that was the concept of the movie. Like, I don't normally go out of my way to go see war movies or look forward to war movies specifically, but every so often, like one of those will slip through the cracks because there's something unique about it. Like, I ignored that movie at first, and then on some random day with a bunch of cinemas were having cheap tickets, I got to see that just by chance because I was in town, and that kind of blew me away. But that was mostly about the filmmaking. Like, that pretend unbroken style thing was
He means
crazy.
more to me than you will ever know.
I don't know if you said tribe or family.
What's the difference?
I'm not used to people sticking around when things go bad.
Welcome home. Can only get
It's
so
nice
far
to see
without a try.
Pedro Pascal be able to act without the
Made me
mask on.
strong.
That was a bit of a flaw with the
Knows
first
everything he needs to know.
few Mandalorians.
And feels everything he needs to feel. And when the day comes that those two pull together, he will be an unstoppable force for good.
You know, if Luke Skywalker and them hadn't have achieved what they achieved in those first movies, a lot of people's deaths in things like Rogue One and Andor would have completely been for nothing. It's a good thing the one farm boy managed to pull off the shit in the end. Because there was a lot of stakes riding on that. It's probably a good thing he didn't know about that. He would have choked. What's this? Oh, this is a film festival film. That's why I didn't know about it. A priest seeks contrition from one of the Second World War's most infamous traitors. Quisling the Final Days. From TIFF. It was at Toronto. That's a good sign. Toronto is one of the top 5 film festivals in the world. If you can get your film into Toronto, then obviously someone thinks that you've done a good job. With my short films that I made, I didn't even bother trying to put my films up for Toronto, for Cannes, Sundance, any of the big ones. It just, there's no point. Like, unless you know you're sitting on some gold, you're just wasting entry money. And it's very expensive to enter into the big ones too, so it's not worth it unless you know for a fact you have a chance. They decided on green for the color grade, apparently. They're heavy on the green. Oh, I'll put a splash of yellow in there.
Vidkun Quisling. Han sitter fengslet I Møllergata 19 og venter på sin rettssak. Kunne tenke dem å være hans sjelesørger.
Looks toxic. That's probably the point.
Jeg har ingen erfaring.
Jesus Christ, it gets yellow though. Between green and yellow, this color grade is all over the place. I think that sickening vibe is part of the point though, because of what the subject we're dealing with. There's a rot to the human machine during this era. There were problems. There was a lot of nastiness, a lot of toxicity, a lot of racism.
Jeg har handlet ut fra min overbevisning. Jeg skammer meg ikke. Jeg Norges redningsmann. Jeg vet jeg har reddet både Norge og Norden.
It's an interesting looking dude. He almost looks like an animated character. He could play Hitler. If you put the little stash on him and did his hair different, I reckon that guy could play Hitler.
Ingen kan ta fra meg troen på min sak. Det finnes andre regler I krig. Folk dør I krig. Jeg håper å bli gal. Han gjør rett til galt og sant til usant. Han trekker deg inn I sin egen logikk og følger et ord av det, så tenker du at han som har rett og du som tar feil. Du aner jo virkelig
Bit blown out.
Om andre folk.
I don't understand all the grading choices. Some of the exteriors are very blown out. They might have been limited by what cameras they could use, and they don't have the most dynamic range, so they're kind of like stylizing the film more in the grade to make up for the lack of camera quality. There's a lot of tricks you can do in post to hide some of the flaws in what you're able to achieve, if that makes sense. He's an interesting fascist. Well, interesting is the only thing you can really say. It's hard to compliment or show interest in someone like that without it sounding a little sus. Otherwise, suddenly cancelled. It's like when people talk about Hitler. You have to be kind of, you have to be, what's the word? You have to be very specific about what your interest in a topic like Hitler is. Because you don't want people to think that you're some kind of fanboy. Like, yeah, this is all shitty and bullshit, but I'm interested in history and information. Like, it's about what really happened and what people took from it. No one is dick riding or hero worshipping anyone. What's this? Oh, is this the guy that you just mentioned? Is the fascist? Someday there's going to be videos like this made about Trump. One of the world's most bizarre fascists tried to take over America through a platform of just being an absolute nincompoop. He wasn't very smart, but he pretended he was, and he just got up on stage and said some crazy shit.
Hating each other, fighting each other, tearing and destroying each other. And that wonderful thing
He was a very spiritual guy. Well, that's the thing about some of the world's most narcissistic, fascist psychopaths. A lot of them come from something as a bedrock. Like, characters like Hitler, for example, were very religious. So when they would be doing speeches about why they had to lock up the Jews and, you know, why it was all about the Aryan race, he was often running, like, from a point of view of Christianity and what God would want. Like, you know, God created man in his image, and his image is the Aryan, white-skinned, blonde hair, blue-eyed kind of thing. Which means anything that looks different is not in his image, therefore he would not love or would not want on his earth, and therefore we could garner his favor if we wipe the non-Aryans out. So there was a lot of those, like, whether he actually believed that for real or not is another question, but like when you're appealing to a very racist, very stupid base of followers, I mean, that's the kind of thing you do. You just noticed there was a Terminator anime? Yeah, we watched it on the last Sunday stream. I watched the teaser and the main trailer both in a row. It looked interesting. What is this from? Is this just someone's edit? Like some random YouTuber channel edit?
Ridiculous little things. Like we quarreled with the Germans about, like we quarreled before with the French about, like we quarreled before with many other people.
I would hate to live in one of those European castles. I bet it would be drafty and cold as fuck. It looks cool from the outside, but the inside wouldn't be very comfy at all. You'd want to own one as like a status symbol, but fuck living there.
When Englishmen and Scotsmen and Welshmen couldn't live together at all, when they fought each other continuously. There were days before that when you had battles between Wessex and Mercia in England. Before that when village fought village. But they came together in bigger communities because they had the...
Oh, this speech is ramping up, dude.
And they became a nation. And that's
This guy's popping off.
asking the European peoples to do. By everything that we've got, all the great things we have in common. We've had the wars which divide us. But we've had the philosophers, the poets, the painters, the sculptors, the artists,
The Twitch streamers.
the genius of the European mind.
That guy knows how to give a speech. I tell you what, he's getting the people on board. This is some Martin Luther King level action. It's a skill. You got to know how to rile the people up. You have to have that build. There has to be an arc to a speech where you bring people to a crescendo.
We did not want the wars. Our rulers did. It was the rulers who brought us the ruin, never the people. The people will always have been united. If I could show you the French and the Germans and give you for a moment the same language, if for one moment you could come together with those people mixed in this whole, why, you know you are the same people. You'd feel alike, you'd think alike, you'd live and dream alike. Of course you're the same people.
He seems to be pitching the opposite of bigotry.
And you've got to live together, or you'll die.
So far, this sounds legit in terms of what he's preaching for. Until it gets to the end and it drops the other shoe. Let's go out there and get rid of the darkies. Oh shit! I thought we were talking about togetherness. That was a 180-degree turn. This footage is a bit random. It's just kind of like slapped together. There's not much rhyme or reason to the cut itself.
Until so like in the same family, you've got to live together to get on together, that you cannot live separately. You've got to have the economic means of life in common because we cannot carry on as separate states.
Since we're watching videos, I purposely didn't turn that on so I can get through all the Nintendo and Gamescom stuff. Wow, whenever I see that style, those kinds of flags and logos and outfits, it just looks fascist immediately. Once you've got red and black and white intermingling, it's like fascism Gucci. That logo is so random. It's like a skeet shooting target, but they put a dragon in the middle. I have the perfect thing to follow this up with, actually. Hold on. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I want you to be surprised when it comes. You ready? This is my follow-up to the European speech fascism video. Here we go. Yeah! Barbie Project Friendship. Oh my god, I want friendship. I want it to be my project. In Malibu, no less. They're just doing like DJ hands and it's building things and packing things away. my god, my European ancestors would be so proud of me. Wait, what do we do in this game? It looks like 2-player co-op everything. Guitar, building a house, cooking. Overcooked, yeah. I think this is a 2-player minigame collection in the disguise of a comfy game. Yes! Yes! Can we play that on stream? Am I allowed to play that on stream without getting yelled at by somebody? See, that's the kind of thing you'd think someone like Jeannie would be like, yeah, play it, but Jeannie would be the opposite. She'd be like, why are you playing this, you gay? You want to play with me, Tanner? We'll have a Barbie friendship. It's basically, we'll just get stuck in the Overcooked minigame, and that's what we'll be the entire time, screaming at each other. Step by step. It's a Barbie friendship. That did look... I think the comfy game house building life sim part is just like a wraparound excuse to fill the game with minigames. I think the minigames are the game, and the other stuff is just like a container to keep them in. Yeah, there's Jeannie. You gay. You beat both Overcooked? I've beat the first Overcooked with my ex and my film school friend. We played the 3-player. I mostly just watched the two of them yell at each other, and I just sat in the middle and laughed and focused on the game because I'm obsessed with getting gold stars. I was the one who focused. They were like yelling. I was in the middle and they were yelling past me. It was really funny. Actually, before I go to Tenner's link, step by step, Bobby. Sorry, that song stuck in my head. Project Friendship. Can we get more gameplay? I want more gameplay of this. I was going to ask Jeannie something and I forgot what it was. Barbie Project... I'm going to keep this Barbie Project Friendship trailer on the side, actually. Sorry. I want to go wishlist that somewhere so I don't forget about it. Oh, now I remember. Dustborn. I was going to ask Jeannie if you knew anything about what the deal is with Dustborn, because I've been seeing a lot of drama, but I haven't really looked into it or paid much attention to the tweets and stuff, because it all seemed to be toxic, and I wasn't in the mood. But it looks like there's some kind of massive backlash against that game, and I'm not quite up to speed on what the deal is. But people seem to be going off. Like, I saw it trending on Twitter, and pretty much everyone was just roasting it. I think it might be one of those reactions against DEI stuff or wokeism. It might be just one of those where it's not really a new story at all. It's just people being cunts. People don't like the game, and there's a total of 60 players online. Because they think girls are ugly and anti-America. Oh, is the tone of the game and the characters and the story something like far lefty? Because I find that conservatives and even people in the middle, they tend to find very far left kind of attitudes to be very anti-American. I've seen people lynch that around. And I have seen pictures of the characters, and they do look interesting. Like, the characters looked interesting in a way that they look like very well-designed characters. Like, they look very specific and unique. Like, nobody looks generic in that game. They all have very particular physical and attitude-based vibes. We've seen, I think, 2 trailers on stream before. I heard people don't like the concept of the game as a whole. Isn't it a road trip by like a punk band? Or something? Didn't dig it too much. I don't know enough about the plot. I think they're like a punk band, like which would pertain to the far left thing, because that's what punk is. Punk has always been a very aggressive, anti-fascist, anti-conservative attitude. And punk used to be considered cool. And now things that would not normally be considered punk are not seen as cool anymore. They're just seen as woke and lame, which is weird to me. Because punk used to be badass, and I don't understand where that went. I feel like too many people became conservative and right-wing to the point where it caused a shift in attitudes away from that kind of stuff being cool and the norm. Now there are too many people that considered being cool and norm is to be bigoted and not empathetic to other people. The band where the main vocalist controls the world with words, such mechanics as bully, Twitter, and cancel. Yeah, I remember reading a synopsis after I saw the trailer for, I think the second trailer I saw. And I remember seeing the concept was about the idea of communication and the power of words, both in its utilization in the positive and the negative, which makes sense to me. Like when I've seen screenshots of like unlocking the mechanics like cancel and bully. And some people seem to be posting that as examples to get mad about. And I don't understand that. Because those mechanics sound like they make sense if the theme of your art is about having a conversation about words and communication and how words themselves can be manipulative, can be aggressive, can be a form of violence in the way they can affect other human beings. I think that sounds clever to me. Like that sounds like an intelligent way to depict a discussion around communication in the form of an interactive piece. But I just keep seeing people get angry at the game and their ammo, the things they get angry about and what they're using to leverage against the company and get mad at them for seem to be very small-minded and not accepting or understanding of what the purpose or point of the art is. Because the internet and Twitter as a whole, in general, is very bad at media literacy. And that's usually where I see these things fall apart. Like these people are probably, these developers are probably undergoing like so much hate and aggression from so many people. But the way that they're receiving the hate, the delivery of the hate, the things they're complaining about don't sound legitimate. They sound like dumb people with no media literacy complaining about something I don't understand on a simplistic level. Like, they didn't even play the game. They saw a screenshot just like I did on Twitter, and they're using that as evidence that this game is shit and bad and toxic. And it's like, well, do you even know what you're talking about? You're parroting somebody else's headline. You're using somebody else's screenshot as an example of something you don't even know about. So get mad at somebody. I just don't know. Like, I'm trying not to go down the rabbit hole with this because I'm just going to get mad and start having a Twitter fight with somebody in the comments. That happens too often. I don't want to do that anymore. It's a waste of time. It's better to watch a video to know, but it wasn't my concern. The reason I don't want to watch any videos explaining the situation is because all the videos that I've seen are toxic rage bait videos, which even in the thumbnail and the title, you can tell it's someone who's just jumping on the hate wagon. I don't want to hear some right-wing cunt tell me why I should despise something for being DEI. I don't give a fuck about DEI, whether it exists or doesn't exist. Like, it's a concept. And the problem with that concept is that people the anti-wokey crowd, they tend to get mad about things, or there's the potential for them to get mad about anything based on the smallest or non-existent evidence. So, for example, you have a video game. The protagonist is black. Oh, the game's shit because DEI. What does it stand for again? Diversity, equity, and inclusion, I think, is the acronym. DEI. It's infuriating because you can't make a game with a woman. You can't make a game with a person that's not white. You can't make a game with a person with a disability. You can't make anything that doesn't have a straight white guy without having some wanker on the internet call it woke or DEI trash, and then start whining about Sweet Baby Inc. or something. And it's like, so it's the same when Miss Marvel was getting hate. Like, people saying that was forced inclusivity because, you know, she's a What nationality is she again? Is she Pakistani? I'm trying to remember. I don't want to miss ethnicity her. Anyway, yeah, they were calling that like forced inclusivity or whatever, and it's like there has only been one Pakistani, if that's what she is. Sorry, I really can't remember. There's only been one superhero of that ethnicity in live action ever. Miss Marvel. One. And apparently one was too many. That's inclusivity. That's forced DEI. That's woke. It's like, so your argument is that they can't have any. They're allowed to have zero. White, straight white male only. Like, why don't people realize how fucked up that sounds? Like, you got mad because they made one. They had zero. They made one. And you're pissed about that. You still have 958,629 straight white male action / superhero movies or games, media in general. They made one, and you took a shit all over your chair, and had a big shit fit. Like, why? It's so stupid. I don't understand. And it's the same with stuff like this. Like, literally anything you do, if you have a dark person, a woman, or someone with a disability, it's like you're automatically woke, you're automatically DEI, and that's bad, and you should be ashamed of yourself, and you get death threats. It's obvious bigotry. It's so obvious, upfront, mask off racism, sexism, homophobia, whatever you want to call it. They're not even pretending, because the argument has no other depth to it besides, oh, I saw a black woman, so now I'm calling your game trash. I don't care if you use words like woke and DEI. Those are excuses. You're hiding behind those words to be a cunt. Because those words make you sound like you have an argument. You still don't. But as long as you sound like you have an argument, you can pretend you're smart on Twitter. And like you're talking about cultural stuff. You're not talking about cultural stuff. You're a racist. You know how many people are hating on Flintlock? I even got one in my chat who came in and was like, this game is trash. And I was like, it seems good to me. And then he just left because I wasn't going to play along. Like, you know why Flintlock is crap? Because it's a DEI forced game because the main character is a black chick. You know what her being a black chick actually matters in the plot? Nothing. There is no focus on or attention drawn to her race or her gender. She's a sapper in an army who teams up with a magic fox and they go do some stuff. There's not one point to that game that you think about the fact that she's female or black. You just play game and hit things with axe, which is what you do in most games, regardless of what you are. But now all of a sudden, I have to hear about how Flintlock's a piece of shit game. It's a generic game. It's at worst mid. It just does the job decently. If you want a game with some open world, you run around and you wang on some stuff with a pretty good combat system, that's Flintlock. If you're looking for a Souls-like experience, it's not going to last you very long or be hard enough for you. It's fairly shallow in that regard. But if you get it for a bargain in price and you want to run around and actually enjoy a decent combat system, hey, Flintlock's fine. We can't judge Game 2 without playing it. Yeah, I'm not judging it. I'm not judging it at all. I'm judging the people for their reasons for judging it. Because the only reasons I've seen are stupid reasons. If you come to me and you say that something is the worst thing in the world, and I ask you why, and you start talking about DEI, I'm just going to stop listening. I'm not talking to you anymore. Because you're not saying anything productive or with any depth. You're just walking up to me saying, "Oh, by the way, I'm a racist. Let's talk about race. Let's talk about racism." Like, I don't want to hear about why you hate something because there's a chick there. Like, I don't give a shit. I like chicks. I'm immersed more when I get to play as a male just because I can relate more to being a male character, obviously. But when you make me play as a chick, I'm like, sick, awesome, because I get to look at a girl the whole time. And if you're a guy, why would you not want to do that? I don't even care if they're not a freaking sex doll like in that. What's that action game that everyone got crazy for? I keep forgetting the name. It's so generic. Yeah, the tenor plays as girls mostly. See, that makes sense to me. If you were like, oh, I always play as girls, I'm not going to be like, ew, gay, what's up with you, tenor? Like, I'm going to be the opposite. I'm like, well, of course you do. You're a dude. You have a dick. Why would you not want to look at girls over boys? Like, that is logical to me. But, like, conservatives will literally do that. They'll be like, oh, what's your problem? It's like, what, you want to, like, stare at a dude's six-pack the whole time? You're playing a third-person game. You want those man glutes in the camera 24/7? Yeah, enjoy your closet over there. Prefer to look at girl butt? No, who doesn't? God, what is that game called? With the sexy Asian chick, with the sword and the long ponytail. I never remember the name of that game. It's such a video game name. Stellar Blade. Yeah, there you go. That sounds like every game ever made. Stellar Blade. It's really unremarkable. Yeah, see, I'm not going to complain when a Stellar Blade comes out and half the point of the game is to be sexy. Like, I've heard that the game is decent, that the combat system is quality, which is great. But let's not pretend like that was the most important part. Like, they're trying to get dicks in seats with Stellar Blade. They just so happen to make a decent game as well, which doesn't always happen. Most games like Stellar Blade, the reason why I wasn't as moved by Stellar Blade's trailers is because I've seen 10,000 action game trailers exactly like Stellar Blade, which all ended the same way. The game was average or worse, and the only selling point it had was that there was a babe. There was a babe with a nice butt and some skin-tight leather, swinging a sword around. So when I saw Stellar Blade, I was like, that is a particularly well-rendered chick, very attractive. This game is probably going to be shit. And then it wasn't shit, so excellent. Good for it. People didn't complain about Bayonetta. Yeah, but Bayonetta as well, that's a company that does focus on quality action gameplay. They just happen to coat it with a paint of sexuality as well. Because Bayonetta is a very outwardly sexual character. Like, she doesn't just look sexy. She behaves like a horny librarian. And that's on purpose. It's part of the joke. Bayonetta is almost a piss take. It's almost a parody of a sexy chick-led action game. Like, her superpower summon ends up with her taking all her clothes off. Like, they're having fun with it. There's a comedic value to what they're doing there. That's not true. Lots of OG women worked on the game. People did complain about Bayonetta. I probably wasn't listening at the time because I was looking at Bayonetta's bum. Her clothes or her hair? Yeah, exactly. And her hair is what conjures monsters, so she has to lose all the clothes. You don't write that in the script unless you're taking the piss out of overt sexuality in games. Like, they were half serious, half parody. And it worked really well. Everyone loves Bayonetta. But also Dante. Dante is almost the male equivalent of Bayonetta in terms of being aggressively sexual, almost to a parody kind of way. Like, my mum is a massive fan of Dante. My mum used to watch me play Devil May Cry because she had the hots for Dante. She loved the cutscenes in between the actual gameplay where Dante just did really cool, cheesy 80s action movie, sexy one-liner shit. He's the man Bayonetta for sure. He plays off his masculine sexuality like so much. He wears that jacket open so you can see his abs at all times. Anita Sarkeesian isn't a real feminist. Man, her name has been bandied around through so many different controversies. It's crazy. Anyway, I wasn't saying... The thing you said about the OG women that worked on the game, I wasn't saying that Stellar Blade was one of those. I was saying that it looks like one of those. Because I've seen 100,000 games like Stellar Blade, where it's full of... The trailer's full of action and sexy chicks, and then you play the actual game and it's trash, and the only thing they had to market this thing was the sexy chicks. That was it. That's all they had. And I would have written Stellar Blade off on that instantly. And I kind of did. I did make a point that their protagonist was particularly well rendered. Like, she is a very attractive character. Like, you do have to give him, kudos for that. But I had no hopes for that game. I would have bet that game was going to be shit. So I was surprised that it actually turned out good. So the whole point was getting dicks in seats? Yeah, most games like that are. When they're flaunting their sexy female leads that are posing in like skin-tight shit with a sword and doing like cartwheel flips and stuff. That's an old school thing. I mean, you go back to the dawn of gaming in like the 80s, because gaming started out as a male-oriented hobby. Like, for a couple of decades, gaming has always been about getting dicks in seats. You think they made Lara Croft to be like, okay, here's one for the girls? That was still for the boys. It was like, let's do Indiana Jones, but let's make him sexy. Guys are already inclined to want to be Indiana Jones. What if they want to be in Indiana Jones? And there they go. You said that was Stellar Blade's purpose. That's what the trailers made it out to look like. I didn't see one Stellar Blade trailer that made it look like, that made it look like you're supposed to take the action as the central selling point. I ended every one of those trailers basically just talking about the lead being hot. And if I think back as to what happened in those trailers, what story points they showed, what kind of action, what kind of moves she did, I don't know. I don't remember any of it. I remember tits and ass. Mostly ass. They kind of focused on the ass with that one. You got to focus on one side of the equation. It's either bums or boobies. It's always leaning one way or the other. And it's the same thing. It's like, there's so many games like that where it's just about running around and stabbing or shooting shit. There has to be some kind of elevation as to what's going to get me to come and try this one over all the others. And the only reason I would play Stellar Blade over any other action game option right now is to perv on that chick. And then the fact that the action's also meant to be pretty decent is a bonus. That's kind of why I didn't bother. I mean, I didn't bother because it would cost me money, but if I had the option, I'm not really running out to play Stellar Blade because I'll get over the fact she's a babe pretty quickly, and then I'm stuck playing a stab everything game for the next 25 hours. When I could be playing something a little more original or interesting. There's a chance I'll still end up playing that somehow. Like, I might get it on a $5 sale on Steam. I might end up on Game Pass for free. Someone might gift it to me, who knows. Whatever the reason though, if I ever did get access to it, I'd probably play it. I'd stream it. I mean, I can't really lose. The main character's pervable and the game is apparently fun. So, you know, game on, I guess. But, you know, I'm not lining up or anything like that. The Dustborn, that's out now, so that would have a launch trailer, wouldn't it? Just to refresh my memory. Yeah, it does. Here we go. Launch trailer was like a week ago. Okay.
Alright, here we go. Alright, here we go.
Why'd that restart? See what I mean about the character designs though? They're very unique. They're like well done. They're not a particularly good band, the sounds of it. End the tyranny. There we go, this fascism. It's probably some kind of near future government-controlled dystopia. This game has got so many different gameplay mechanics in it. There's like Telltale Choose Your Own Adventure stuff. There's third-person action. There's Guitar Hero band performances. There's these weird ghost detection sequences. Hunting ghosts with a special vision mode. There's an Erd tree from Elden Ring.
We need to stick together. We need to be a crew. We're on the run from people with space guns.
This is way more sci-fi than I was expecting. There's so much going on. There's a robot in their band that plays the triangle. Nice guitar solo. See? Triangle ding. Raccoon, sold, 10 out of 10 game. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't really get the backlash. I'd have to play it as well, but I don't think any of the people that are hating on the game have played it either, to be honest. So I'm inclined to believe the developer that they've made something good over the people having a whinge, because none of the reasoning I've seen for all the whinging has been believable. There's more comments on the video than players on Steam. Ouch. IGN gave this game a 7. See? This is what I'm talking about. People are... Okay. People in the comments are going to be using the IGN giving this game a 7 as evidence that IGN is shit. That they're not trustworthy. I believe the opposite. I'm a little tired of all the games journalism hatred that happens online. I think it's really stupid. Because games journalists are just gamers with opinions on games just like us. They just write it down and put it on the internet. The fact that this got a 7 on IGN leads me to believe this is not a shit game. 7 is good. Someone on IGN, a professional critic that doesn't let agenda shit get in the way, has played this game and has seen it worthy of a good rating. I don't believe any of y'all. I think the internet's full of it. This worst I can say is this should not have released until there was nothing else. Sean is going mad. I'm like tweaking a little bit. I keep on like wanting to go on rants. The timing is terrible. Yeah, it probably is. That's a hard thing to predict when it comes to releasing art, though. When do you put out your song? When do you put out your movie? When do you put out your game? That stuff really does matter. It can make or break you. This might be breaking them. But I don't feel like it's fair. I feel like all the reasons for why this is failing is bullshit. It makes me want to play it more, to be honest. I need to confirm for myself that there's nothing wrong with this game by actually experiencing it. Because I don't believe any of these people. I think this is all fucking nonsense. Their pronouns are bankrupt/loss. Fuck you. Let's own the 1% by appealing to the 1%. What does that even mean? If they're a lefty, anti-government, anti-corporate punk band, how are they appealing to the 1%? Yeah, Trump is going to love Dustborn. You know, the only bad thing I can tell from the trailer is the song, the music quality. That was clearly meant to be a song being played by the band themselves, and it didn't sound that great. But that might actually work into the plot, into the believability of the story, the world building. Because most punk bands aren't that good. They're about sound and fury. They're about noise. They're about making noise for a cause. A lot of punk bands aren't very melodic. They're just some dude screaming over a raunchy guitar. So the fact that they're not really that good a band, they're just trying to get a message across the country, that tracks, to be honest. Like, I would actually believe the story more if they were a shit band. That'd be a good little detail. Black Myth Wukong seems to be doing okay. There's a small pocket of people hating on it for very particular reasons. Some technical, some political. But for the most part, it seems to have been doing fine. Things are going well for them. It is weird how Dustborn and Wukong came out so close together, and there's been all kinds of, like, controversy over both games for very different reasons. For the opposite reasons of that game. Wukong's doing great. Wait, was that a long great? Like, doing great, like you're being sarcastic. Oh no, you actually meant it. It had some drama, but nothing big. There was some pre-release drama. I remember Genie was mentioning some of that once. Like the creator had some bigoted bullshit about him. Nothing to do with the game's quality, obviously. Just the personalities of the creators. That type of stuff. But I mean, the few people that would boycott a game because the lead designer is some kind of bigot is fairly small. I don't think that would really impact the sales enough to make a difference. It's not like it impacted Hogwarts Legacy. That game did fine. Okay. Didn't Tenor drop something that I didn't click on? Hang on a second. Sorry, we went off on a few tangents there. Fuck Game Science. Fuck their misogynistic piece of shit game. Wait, who's Game Science? Are we still talking about Wukong? Is that them? I don't want to get left behind here. I don't remember who Game Science is. Oh, is that Wukong? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but is the game misogynistic, or is it just certain individuals at Game Science that have proven to be problematic? Because I don't see how the game itself could be problematic, because it's just monkey. It's just the Wukong. That's my problem with the game, essentially, is that it's just that shit again. The number of times we've got Wukong Monkey King stories, different variations of it, is like kind of crazy. And that part of it didn't really excite me too much. The whole studio is problematic, and so is the game. I mean, I haven't seen evidence of why the game is, but I also tend to separate artist from art a lot of the time as much as possible. Like, the game just seems to be what it is. Like, a game that looks like it's supposed to be a Souls-like, but is not. That is more of a, like a straightforward action game, like a Ninja Gaiden or a Devil May Cry. It's Sekiro, but with Wukong. I mean, I don't know if Sekiro is a good comparison, because that is a Souls-like, and I've heard that one of the biggest mistakes people have been making with Wukong is assuming that it's a Souls-like, and it's not, like, at all. But it does look like a Souls-like, I'll give you that. Like, I assumed it was a Souls-like after every single trailer I've seen of this game. It's only recently, when it was coming out, that people actually told me it wasn't a Souls-like, and I was like, really? Are you sure? Let me watch the trailer again, because it really looks like a Souls-like. That's fine, though. Like, too many games are turning into Souls-likes anyway. We need to keep mixing it up. It's about time we got some more straightforward Ninja Gaiden-y stuff. Not too straightforward. I don't want to just run from room to room and stab shit. Like, put some depth in there somewhere. I'm a little tired of straightforward action games where there's nothing else to do but shoot and stab. Ooh, that shit gets old. You really start to notice how tiring that is when you stream. When you're a streamer, you tend to play games for long periods of time, longer than a normal average person would. Like 6 hours average. And if you're playing a game where all you do is go from start to exit, just shooting people, you know, in one stream, that shit gets old. It's like far out. Can we do something else? Can we have a cooking minigame? Or can we have an open world where we get to drive to the next place where we have to shoot people? Just so I could park somewhere and do some shenanigans? God, does everything have to be about shooting and punching and stabbing? I'm looking at you, video game industry. More lawn mowing simulator. I want to play the Barbie friendship game. Please mix it up. I need it. Actually, there's a pretty cool game on Game Pass that came out 2 months ago called Rolling Hills, where you run a sushi restaurant in a mountain village that looks a lot like an Animal Crossing kind of cartoon mountain village. But your sushi chef is actually a robot. So you're a sushi chef robot running a restaurant in the mountains. That's the game. I want to play that. I haven't had time to, but I'd like to put that on my Game Pass rotation as soon as I can. But then again, my as soon as I can Game Pass rotation is a bit long now. I have a short list of games, of things that I would like to play as soon as I can that is hard to get to. Wolong is still on there, talking about Souls-likes. That Genie recommended me a while back. I still have that installed on my Xbox. Same as Bolt Gun. Warhammer's Bolt Gun Boomer Shooter. I wanted to play that almost as soon as it came out on Game Pass. I was like, let me fit that in as early as I can. Never happened. Sucks. Oh yeah, Tenna's link. Sorry, Tenna. What this? I've never even heard of this before. Oh, bitches. Obliterated Scarlet Devil Castle stands once again. This sounds very Castlevania. That font is very Castlevania. The gameplay is very Castlevania. Is this Toho? Are we in a Toho game, Tenna? There's a girl dressed as a maid running through a Metroidvania castle. Sounds like Toho to me. This looks like something that Genie would play as well, actually. Holy shit. That little red girl's a demon. Basically like Luna Knight. Yeah, it's the vibe I was getting from it. There's a flavor to this stuff that I recognize immediately. I think the reason I said that it looked like a game that I think Genie would play as well is I think Genie has a soft spot for Metroidvanias of this style with a female lead. Like that that Lodos War game that we both played with the Metroidvania elf girl. It's not Metroidvania? Are you sure? This is giving me the same problem as Wukong, where all the footage of Wukong looks like Metroidvania, but it's not. This looks... Sorry, looks like a Souls-like, but it's not. This looks so much like a Metroidvania, I can't even believe it's not. Oh, so it's just a 2D action platformer? It's just run left and right and beat everything up? That's a little disappointing, not gonna lie. I do like a little bit more depth from my 2D action, and Metroidvania does that very easily. The style is great though. Toho Gothic Horror, it said. I kind of dig the Toho Gothic Horror vibe. What? Oh, is she the ferryman? Was she calling for people to get on her ferry? That was cute. I added this game to my speedrun list 4 months ago. Thanks for sharing an entire essay about that. PS5 version, please. First game too. Oh, is this just Steam? No console release? I do, at some point I am going to go through like a master list of Toho games and see what's out there. I think it would be fun to like pick a Toho game at random that I think looks cool and just like play it spontaneously one day and not tell you I'm going to do it. Just be like, suddenly Sean's playing Toho out of nowhere. Wah. I might do one last video. I've got one video that I've spotted that I want to check out because I have a feeling I know what this is about and this could be good. It's a game trailer. The thumbnail very much intrigues me. This could be interesting. But I'll see what Tennis says first. He said 1 sec. Oh, God. I just got some water on my microphone. Oh, is this a master list? Is this what I was just talking about? Oh, shit. How many games are in here? What's new? Most downloaded. Top official downloads. Top fan game downloads. Is there just a show all? There's no just show all. Fan games, official. Oh, maybe top official. Oh my fucking god. Maybe fan games would be more interesting. Weird John. There's the Pokemon one. I remember you talking about that. I can tell it's the Pokemon one because of the font. The yellow and blue. Is that where you get them from? Let me actually put this... Oh my god, porn. Let me put this in my actual browser that I use so I can favorite that page for future reference. Not find a page. Favorite. There we go. Muria Shrine. Your resource for all things Toho. Let me just say all things Toho. That's easier. Quicker. There we go. What else do I recognize? There's the Wanderer? Reloaded, Jada, all DLC. There's Lunar Nights. That somehow got on Xbox Game Pass. There's a rhythm game. Pokemon game. That might be horror, judging from the thumbnail. Alright, cool. I'll check that stuff out sometime and do my research. I want to, like, if I do it at random, I want to pick something interesting. Like, I don't just want to play another Toho Metroidvania like Lunar Nights, but I also don't just want to play a traditional Toho game with the bullet hell stuff, because there's probably a lot of them, and they mostly probably blend together. I want to play like the weird ones, the ones that are like very specific genre spin-offs. Like the Pokemon one's a good example. Like random Toho Pokemon game, great. Random Toho cooking game, awesome. Like I want to play the weird shit. But like the main series of them are probably mostly bullet hells, which I don't think is as interesting. Like if I played one of them, I'd be like, okay, cool, get it. Toho Mario. Because I've played shooter bullet hell games before, and there's good ones, there's mid ones, but for the most part, my problem with that genre is they all blend together too much. Like once I've played one for a minute or two, you kind of get the gist of it, and then it's like there's not really much else to take from the game. You're just trying to get to the end. It's just lots of pew pew. But without the addictive quality of something like Vampire Survivors. That genre, I'd play a Toho based on Bullet Heaven, because that has an addictive quality, the Bullet Heaven module, that is missing from the Bullet Hell action games, where that's more about high-level skill, and it gets boring to me quickly. That's why you don't recommend any official games? Yeah, see, I would play one just out of curiosity of how Toho does it, but I don't think I would last very long. I'd get bored too quickly, and I'd have to move on to something else. Because after I've died a number of times, in like 5 minutes or so, after I've died 200 times, I'd be like, yeah, cool, get it. I get it. I get the gist. There's a bunch of... I thought there would be. I'm like, there's no way there aren't any Bullet Heavens already. Because there's a whole lot of pretender Bullet Heaven games on Steam. I've seen a bunch of like really cheap ones. Like that are going for the put dicks in seats, obviously. Like I've seen a bunch of Bullet Heaven Vampire Survivor knockoffs that, because they're not going to be anywhere near as good as Vampire Survivors, they just put a bunch of hot chicks on it. And that's the selling point. You're a big-titted anime girl, and you're just running around doing Bullet Heaven. And that's like 500 games on Steam right now. There are unique spin-offs in the official stuff too. Yeah, I'll look at all of it. It says here... official content 113, fan content 804. There's a lot. Oh, what? Some of it's music and utilities and print. So that's not just games. Okay, wait. 33 official content games. 437 fan games. So there is a lot to look at. I'll have to spend an afternoon with it. There's no rush at the moment, but, you know, that's a plan for the future. You recommend Impossible Spell Card, where you expect it to cheat to survive. That's cool. I like twists on mechanics. That's similar to a... there was a card game where you're like a New Orleans rogue. And it's very story-based, but the central mechanic is winning games of like some kind of poker-esque game you play with cards. But similar to what you said there, because you're like a rogue and you're trying to screw over some rich people, the central mechanic of the game is finding ways to cheat at the cards, where they're setting things up beforehand or doing basic stuff like having a card up a sleeve or something, and then just trying to get away with it. Like sometimes you have to have a fake conversation. There's a mechanic to have a conversation where you distract them, and if you win the distraction roll, you get an opportunity to like change a card or something. I forget what that was called, but we did see the trailer for the one I'm talking about on a past Sunday stream. Possibly like a Summer Game Fest, but that might have been like a year ago or 2 years ago. I haven't seen anything about that game in ages. I totally forgot about it. I don't even know if it came out, to be honest. Wait, hang on a sec. We're going to do one last trailer, because this sounds or looks interesting. The thumbnail had a raptor in it. That's why I want to do this. It's called What? Kyoryu. I do not know how to say this. Kyoryu. Kyoryu. I don't know what to recommend as a weird but funny Toho game. Toho Soccer. Oh, I remember us talking about Toho Soccer. I remember that one. I'll keep that in mind. It does sound like it would be high on the list because it's interesting. The Toho Soccer game. Okay, check the synopsis. This is going to be interesting. There was a raptor in the thumbnail, but listen to this. Run around a post-apocalyptic Japan where you, playing as a genetically engineered dinosaur, are the apocalypse that eliminated humanity and now you're the dominant species. Heck yeah. Third-person action-adventure Velociraptor game. That sounds amazing. Run it. Oh, it was part of the Sydney Film Festival somehow. What? That definitely looks like a genetically engineered raptor. I don't know why it's gold and blue. This is rad. But what do you do in this game, though? Like, what's the arc of this? Where are we going? Sneaky boy. The scene's very pre-release. It doesn't seem like it's anywhere near finished. Is it Goat Simulator but rap? Oh, no, I don't think this is Goat Simulator. This seems like it's taking itself seriously. I think it's an actual story-driven game where you're a raptor trying to go somewhere and do something. Raptor chasing deer. What was the game that was set in post-apocalyptic Tokyo just like this, but it was side-on? I think it was called Tokyo Jungle. But you played as like regular animals like goats and lions and stuff. This game is insane. I wonder why it's called that. I wonder what that word means. You reckon that's translated from something in Japanese? I do hope the game is better than what the first trailer is making it out to be, because it does seem very alpha right now, like pre-alpha. What about the game with dinosaurs fighting with blades? Wait, what was that? For some reason, Primal Rage is the first thing that came to my mind. That Mortal Kombat style game with dinosaurs. I don't remember this. Korea. Is that how you're supposed to say the name of this game? Korea. That sounds legit. Dino Blade. Oh, is it really that simple? Dino Blade. Why don't I remember this? I don't recall this Dino Blade. This game is Dinosaurs as Swords. Oh,
this game right here.
Oh, it's Asmongold. Okay, well, that's the only thing I could find on short notice.
One dude. It is one guy, and he's been posting updates to a dinosaur.
I remember seeing the dinosaur animations on the guy's Twitter account of the dinosaurs doing combos with the swords. I didn't know it was an actual game though. I thought he was just making animations in a 3D program.
Swords. And the game is Sif from Dark Souls 1.
Yeah, I never saw this footage. I saw the isolated animations of the dinosaurs doing combos. As somebody who's
followed this game for like a year now, there have been dramatic improvements.
So he started out just making animations for fun because he thought dinosaurs doing sword combos would be cool. And then people liked it so much, he actually started working on the game. Oh, they crowdfunded it. Okay.
I think that we're at a position where I do.
I mean, he would have seen how popular his animations were, and then he would have been like, maybe we should crowdfund this. This
Think
could be
this
real.
game will eventually release, and it will be fun. I'll show y'all a few more of them. It's even got like a fucking finisher.
This
move
game
like
is
that.
living
Look
and
at this.
dying on its combat system, though. Like, the animations are solid.
Oh my god.
There's a raptor that fights like Zorro with 3 swords.
Jesus.
These initial Twitter animations are a little more impressive than
Chainsaw? Oh my
seeing the actual
God.
alpha gameplay. Yeah, this is awesome.
Bro.
I never saw the Velociraptor with a bow. That was cool.
Wait a second.
Yeah, we saw the bow.
No.
Asmund, stop.
Yeah.
Chainsaw Man style.
Jesus.
Some of these won't make the final cut because they're a little too copyrighty, maybe.
This is like one of those games
They're probably
where
bosses.
it's like you didn't know you
Some of them I
needed
want to
it,
play as.
but when you see it, you need it. I love this.
I agree with that. Like, if you try to tell someone about that in words, they think you're a crazy person. But if you see the footage, you're like, you get it. And it's only because the animations are so well made. This is living and dying on just how smooth his animations are. It's pretty incredible. I feel so weird whenever I watch a video on stream of someone else's stream. When it's like me, smaller window, with smaller window inside smaller window, with streamer in their own smaller window. It becomes Inception. Alright. Oh god, I keep pressing the wrong buttons on this thing. Sorry. The sun's up, by the way. We Sunday streamed our way into the sun coming up. It's now 8 a.m. It's 2 minutes to 8 a.m. Monday morning. A whole bunch of people are basically getting in their cars or getting on buses to go to work right now. And I'm sitting here in this fucking gown looking at video games on YouTube. I'm a weirdo. I'm gonna go have breakfast, do some work, have a 2-hour nap that's gonna get interrupted by a phone call to do more work. Do you know why my stream started late tonight, Tenor? Can you guess? It's 1 in the morning. That's why we don't get to see you as often, because the times don't line up as well. Work? No, well, it started out as work, but the work was keeping me from sleep because I haven't been getting proper sleep the last 3 days since I got back from Melbourne. Like, every time I try to sleep, it ends up being a nap for like an hour or 2, and then I get woken up to do work. And then I did some work today, even though I was dying because I was so tired. And then I finally got to go to bed, and I got woken up in less than 2 hours, and I felt like shit. And then I did more work, and then it was getting on past lunchtime, and I literally passed out. I was asleep on the floor of my house, and I woke up at 11 p.m. 6 to 5. I missed my stream by about... I was supposed to stream at 6 p.m. I missed my stream by 5 hours because I was on the floor of my house, unconscious. It's not healthy. All of this because Atomic Heart achievements? Oh, I mean, no, like, that stream went for longer than it should have, but I was already having the problem of work and sleep weren't working out very well. And Atomic Heart was an unfortunate... First night was fine, but the second night went a bit overboard trying to get everything done. So I could have maybe caught up on some sleep there, but I had no choice. I had to get through that. Atomic Heart had to end that day. So that one got drawn out a bit. All this is keeping me back from things I need to be doing as well. Like, I have to fix my archive. My archive is fucked right now. And then there was a speed run. Yeah, I got work done. Tried to nap the first time, woke up, finished the work, then did the speed run, and then passed out. I think that was the order. But I mean, at least I got some sleep last night till 11. I need to force more sleep now before I get called again for work. It's going to happen probably within the next hour, between 8 and 9 p.m. How long did speedrun take? It took me longer than 2 hours, but only by a little bit. The problem was the new game plus. It lets you keep all your weapons and your upgrades, which makes it easier and makes you be able to go faster. But the new game plus also powers up all the enemies. So the enemies were more deadly, even though I got to keep my weapons. So it kind of balanced out a little bit. I got to the point where I was running away from fights. Anytime I could just keep running and avoid messing with stuff, I would do it. Which is why I ended up glitching the plush health bar on my screen for like the rest of the game. The health bar never left because the plush never died. You'd take a break from work or from streaming. I know, but if I take a break from work, I can't afford rent. If I take a break from streaming, I suffer from depression because all I'm doing is working. And I don't really have a life outside of these things. I don't have anything else going on, to be honest. So that's not fun. I think the balance just needs to be better. Like, I need to be able to stream when I stream, but without it taking away from the time I need to work and without work taking so much time. Because sometimes the work can be too long and exhausting for how much I'm getting paid for it, and then it gets depressing as well. Because I want to do YouTube edits, and I still can't fit them in. And my YouTube archiving problem I need to solve. I need to actually do some editing and censorship on some of my earlier videos. Because you might have noticed, I think you're one of the few people that might follow that channel, but my YouTube archive is stalled as of like a month or two ago, and there's been nothing being archived since. Everything's backed up. Because I've got like 2 videos in a row that have an issue that's not allowing them to be posted because they're being basically blocked for some very particular copyright issues. And normally I would just sit down in an editing program and do whatever I have to do, bare minimum, to get past that, to dodge the block. But I still have to sit down in an editing program and solve it. And I just haven't had the time to do that. And yeah, the archive is just so... Let me have a look at where it's up to. I'll tell you where it got blocked. Where it got stuck. 30th of June. One of the Sunday streams. So 30th of June is the Sunday stream that I'm meant to fix and re-upload before I can continue putting up the rest. And I've just I haven't been able to get to looking at it. I just haven't. I'm going to have to maybe hold back from even more sleep just to force my way through fixing that, because that needs to be fixed ASAP. Because that's ridiculous. It's now September. We've gone through June, July, and August with that stuck. That's annoying. There's also one that I have to solve from last year. I had a video get me a strike and get blocked. That's from like a year and a half ago. Like for some reason it took that long for the YouTube algorithm to go, hey, wait a second. There's something bad in here. The last you saw was Sword and Fairy. Oh fuck, that feels like ages ago. Yeah, there was some video I did where it got blocked and got me a strike because they thought something in the video was offensive. It was one of those blocks. You know how you can get blocked for like toxic, offensive stuff in your video? Like if you put up a video where you were saying like really racist, threatening stuff, it's that problem. I don't know why. It's like a 6 to 8 hour Sunday stream where they tell you why it got blocked, but not what caused it. Something in that video the algorithm deemed toxic in a way that got me a strike on the channel. And I don't know what. They won't tell me where in this 8 hour video. Like if your algorithm picked it up and is saying that's the reason, then the algorithm knows where it is. It should timestamp it. So I can look on the timeline and listen to the bit and see what it might be getting offended by. Because my theory is, because we talk about things a lot on here, we have a lot of discussions or rants about like various pop culture stuff. There was probably a bit where we were talking about something. We were probably talking about something political, something toxic. Like, for example, if we're talking about racism or bigotry, or like transphobia, let's say me, you, and Jeannie were talking about transphobia, and we were talking about some horrible transphobes and some things that they did and why that's bad. Obviously, we're not transphobes, we're not bigots, we're not being toxic, but we are talking about a topic that people are regularly toxic about, and we're talking about people that are showing examples of toxic behavior. So there's a chance that the algorithm might taken something like that and misinterpreted the context as we were being toxic, rather than talking about some actual event that was toxic. Like, if we sit here and we have a conversation about fascists and Hitler and whatever, it's only hearing those words. Like, all it takes is some of those words to be in just enough of the right order for the algorithm to go, oh, they're probably fascists talking about some racist Hitler stuff. We should block this video. Whereas we were talking about why that stuff is bad in reality, because the computer doesn't know the difference sometimes. That's what I think. But yeah, it doesn't give an approximate place. It just says this video got blocked. This is the category for what it got blocked in. Toxic, banned, blah, 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 whatever. Anti-humanitarian behavior, or whatever the hell they call it. But it doesn't actually tell you where and what it was. Maybe place Sunday streams on a second channel. No, I don't like the idea of having more channels. I hate that stuff. Like, I've got a lot of stuff that I like to do on my main channel, if I can ever get around to editing for it again. And you could separate every different category of type of thing you make, like music, let's plays, cooking, parody skits. You could make 4 or 5 channels out of that, but I really don't like that stuff. Like, I want to have a channel, a me channel, where the things that I make and the things that I like, I put there. You don't have to like all of it. Some people who like the skits or the music probably don't care about video game let's plays. But those are all the things that I do, and I want them all to be in a place that's mine. I don't want to separate myself into pieces. Like, there's gaming Sean, there's music Sean. Like, I know that's a better thing to do on YouTube. You will be more successful if you do that. And it better isolates your types of content into the audiences that are looking for it. Because people that like the Let's Plays, they might get annoyed to see 3 or 4 posts in a row that are not Let's Plays, that are other things. And then they unfollow you. Because they're only there for that one thing. And if they have to hear about other stuff, then they stop caring. They don't give a shit. So it is a better way to do it, but I just don't like doing it. It's just not my style. I only have 2 channels specifically because one of them is actually my channel, where everything I make goes. And the other one is an archive for Twitch, which is not something I make. That's just an archive of live streams. I don't think those 2 should be mixed because they're too different. One of them is just an archive. That's too much content. Those are very long videos, very frequently, of just stuff we did here. My main channel is just for things that I make. If I take this stream today and I make an edited video out of it, of just the good parts of Nintendo Direct, that's something for my other channel, because I made that. Upload your clips that you show and be right back as YouTube shorts. Yeah, that's something you could do. I've seen people that do that. Especially on TikTok. You could do that on TikTok as well. Put up gaming shorts from the clips. I actually thought about doing that. And the reason I didn't start doing it is because I thought maybe if I can get around to actually making my YouTube Let's Plays out of my Twitch content, that I would actually make them specifically from that. While I'm actually making the Let's Play, I can grab and excise parts, the same types of parts I clip. I can grab them specifically from, put them aside, and actually like do more of an edit with them. So rather than just taking the clip and just throwing it onto TikTok and YouTube Shorts, it has the same level of editing as the YouTube Let's Play would have, of just that one little bit. You know, with actual cuts, zoom-ins, edits. Cut to a larger zoom-in of my face when I'm saying something, cut to the game, zoom in on a part of the game, pan across to something else as I talk about it. You know, actual editing. I would prefer that, rather than just putting up the clips raw. Because the clips themselves exist as Twitch clips in raw form, the same way that the archives of my entire streams exist in raw form on that one YouTube channel. If I'm putting stuff on my YouTube channel that's in a curated way, I would like it to have editing. I would like to put more effort into it to justify it. Otherwise, I'm just putting my clips in a new place, unchanged. It's not proper format right now. I'm not even too worried about the format issues. It's just the style. I just like... It's a good idea to put up your clips. I would just like to put more effort into the clips. I don't just want to put them up. I want to edit those moments with camera moves and zooms, and if I want to throw in extra meme content to heighten moments or the entertainment value, you know, have fun with it. Which is the same thing you're doing when you're making a YouTube Let's Play, except you're doing it in bite-sized clip form. Shorts work better when they're not edited. I mean, debatable. I guess that depends on the person. That's subjective. I like it. I like them when they're edited. You know, pace it up, make it more interesting, more fun, get to the good stuff quicker, as opposed to just the raw clip. I think raw clips are great for Twitch, especially with the Be Right Back screen stuff. That's an awesome feature. They should have had that. They should have that as a built-in feature in Twitch instead of having to use an outside thing like I did. Someone's ringing at the door. Yeah, I better take off. That's all right. When you come back, I probably won't be here. I'm gonna say goodnight. I mean good morning, and go have breakfast. Ugh. And also, I need to go work on my Twitch schedule for the next week. For this week, it's Monday. Shit. Cool. I'll talk to you guys later. Good to see you. Jay's gonna be mad he didn't make it to see my Hefner gown again. He likes it when I wear this. But there's no way we were gonna see Jay because he would have been in bed before midnight, and I started at like 3 a.m. He got work in the morning. All right. Good night.